What's up, fight fans? We are back at it with another edition here at Round One Sports TV. I am always your host, Edwin, and where the wall fights start. Let's go. Round one. Yeah, you know it. What's up, Frontline in the building? Had to hop on for my man Frontline here because I know he was jonesing for that ladies in boxing news. And since we let all these guys go first, we're gonna cover this main card today. So lock in, tune in, stay in, and don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into this episode. Let's go. What can we say in the building? You know how we do. All right, all right, all right. So, um, let's talk about this fight card, man. And the Ringside Magazine strikes again. Let me get a sip of my tea. Wow, this tea has really been working, bro. I had to wait for like a day or two to like really give my review on it, right? But I feel like more energetic, more alive. Shit, asked wifey last night. She was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "We're gonna have to hit some overtime right now. I'm just gonna have to remind you whose team you on." And I can't. I don't. It has to be the T. I don't know. Mm-mm. But that shit is it's working. So uh this fight card right here, man, it's a big one. It's a big one. This is the kind of fight card right here. I'm like, okay, Turkey, I see you, right? Because just the main event alone, Shakur Stevenson fighting William Zepeda. So let's break down that fight first. Let's just go top to bottom. Carlos, how you doing in the building? Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to hit that like button for me. Let's not be bang bang around here. You know what I'm saying? Let's show the love and support. Okay. Inside joke. If you know, you know. But anyway, so Shakur Stevenson, right? Of late, rumors are circulating that his hands ain't doing too good, right? That he's starting to have a lot of problems and his hands are swelling up in between sparring sessions, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. That can be a problem. I think William Zepeda, Oscar De La Hoya, they all heard this news. Why didn't William Zepeda step up to fight Shakur Stevenson a few years ago, a year ago? Now all of a sudden he has these hand injuries, and now it seems like they want to attack. I really believe had Floyd Schofield went into that fight with Shakur, at some point in that fight, Shakur was going to injure his hand. And he had a real chance on beating Shakur, just like I think William Zepeda. I'm going to tell you something right now. If Shakur Stevenson thinks he could injure his hand and beat William Zepeda with one hand like he did to Edwin De Los Santos, he's done. William Zepeda's pressure, William's not just going to stay on the outside like Edwin did all night. No. William's coming right through that front door, and he's going to test Zepeda. And Zepeda's going to test Shakur. And Shakur can use his feet. It's just going to be a cat and mouse game. And if his hand gets injured, well, let's just say, shit, what if both hands get injured by the 10th round? And he's having problems, and he's trying to throw them, but not a lot of conviction. Zepeda picks up on that. He's done. They're going to have to do something about those hands. And I think that's why they're attacking Shakur. And everybody starts quickly going into the fight, trying to analyze the fight as fighters, like neither of these fighters have problems or issues. I'm like, wait a minute, man. This is not becoming a secret. Shakur's hands are effed up real bad. When he was in the post-fight interview for the Floyd Schofield hands, the entire world took pictures of his hand. And in the interview while he was standing there, his hand was like that big already. Already. And you seen the scar that went right straight down his hand? And Shakur's just trying to talk over it, but people saw it. They blew up his hand. They put, yo, check out, And then all of a sudden, it's like rumors start to come out of his camp. Yo, Shakur's hands they're not healing. We be giving him a few months. They be going down. The very next sparring session, we take off the glove. That shit's like that big again. So, that's my issue. As far as skill, the fight itself, okay. Tevin Farmer did a good job when it came up to fighting Zepeda, right? The only thing that Tevin Farmer did was when he decided to attack, he would attack well. His jab was good in the fight, Tevin Farmer's. But William Zepeda started to, the pressure coming in, Farmer decided to stand his ground. And in the exchanges, he was losing in the exchanges, starting to go towards the middle rounds. And William Zepeda's pressure and the amount of punches started to break Farmer down. In the second fight, he did a lot better, right? It just still wasn't enough. He couldn't, like they say in spades, you can't cut and pull. You know what I'm saying? You can't cut and take their money and think you trying to, because you ain't got no backup suit. And Farmer didn't have another level to kick into. The level that he had, it was good. It just wasn't good enough to kick it into that next level, to back Zepeda off, to really hurt him, to stop taking steps backward, now start to push him backwards. He didn't have it in him to do that. And then when he decided to try to fight going backwards and tried to let Zepeda throw a lot of his punches to see if he would start to fatigue, and Zepeda did. He was taking breaks in between rounds, but so wasn't Tevin Farmer at that point in the fight. He was already battered by a lot of the shots. So, but Shakur Stevenson has better legs than Tevin Farmer. His leg movement and his angles, Shakur Stevenson has better angles, and he's going to walk Zepeda into big shots. Now, whether or not his hands held up, that's going to be the factor for me. But if they do, and Shakur has a good night with his hands, and he's able to perform at a high level with them, and they hold together, Shakur Stevenson's going to walk him into big shots. Yeah. And Shakur, his last few fights, whatever happened in that Edwin De Los Santos, Edwin must have hit him with a shot that his fucking tongue must have went numb. One of those type shots. Kind of freaks you out when it first happens, right? You get hit so hard, the punch should have knocked you out. Had he taken a little bit off the punch, it probably would have knocked you out. But it was so hard, the punch, that it fucking kept you awake and you felt the punch. Those are the worst ones. I wish you just would have knocked me out, right? But that shit, and I don't want to show you hurt me. I'm not willing to concede in the fight. The fight is not over, so now I'm playing it off in front of you. I'm just like this, but I've probably never felt anything like that in my life. Okay? I've heard guys like talk about it, like bro, that dude hit me so hard, my tongue went numb, or I lost my vision for a little while. You like Hector against Tank. When Tank hit him on the side, he lost his vision. That'll freak a fighter out. And so I think, although Shakur didn't show it in the fight, maybe Edwin hit him with something, because I can't explain why he became so gun shy. And if I had to break it down, it would be due in part to the guy that's standing in front of you. That would be my first clue. My second clue is, you guys are not throwing punches. Why? Right? One of you must have, and they were respecting each other too much. Edwin's fight, I can clearly see it. Edwin De Los Santos' fight strategy was to counter off of Shakur. His entire fight camp, because of Shakur's speed and his angles, Edwin was setting him up to fight off the back foot and to fight him. And they felt like Shakur was going to keep stepping in with the jab. What happened? Shakur became gun shy and he never had any offense. And Edwin didn't have a plan B. So basically, they walked around the ring looking at each other like this, Shakur didn't improvise his plan, and Edwin was just waiting for him to come forward. And that's how the night played out. Edwin couldn't, I would have just smacked my fighter. Wake up, yo. He's not going to engage you. Do a little bit more every round. Just steal the rounds. I'm not asking you to go out there and get knocked out. Just go through the front door. No. But if he's not doing enough, just do this much more forward aggression, whether you hit him or not. The judges are going to award you the round. Let's see if we can get him like that. Fuck it. And I, but Edwin never woke up. So that fight right there, if I had to break the fight down and just them fighting, right? Just their skill, I think Shakur beats him. Shakur should beat Zepeda in a 12-round decision, probably unanimous decision, split decision, or majority decision, whichever one. But he'll beat Zepeda. 10 out of 10 times with good hands, Shakur would beat Zepeda, right? But in this situation, Shakur might be reluctant to throw a lot of punches. Zepeda might not land a lot of punches, but all those punches he's going to end up throwing that are mostly going to get blocked by Shakur, he's going to get credit for a lot of that forward aggression. He could beat Zepeda also in a unanimous decision. I don't think Zepeda knocks out Shakur, not with his legs and his evading ability and his guard. Nope. I don't think he knocks out Shakur. No. He could outwork Shakur and the pressure. It's going to be a tough one. Anything can happen in boxing. He can catch Shakur going to the left. He should have been going to the right. Boop! Shit can happen, but I don't think Zepeda possesses the kind of speed nor the kind of burst he's going to need to catch up to a fighter like Shakur. I don't believe it. The best thing I can see is his pressure, attacking the body, trying to go up, pin him up against the rope, get him in the corner, off, and that's where Zepeda is going to have most of his success, like that. But as further as that, no, I don't think so. The T got me feeling 25 again. I'll say about 26. Yeah, I'm not gonna give it that much. I say 26. All right. Yo, what do you guys think about the Berlang fight? What do you guys think about David Morale fight? I like both of those fights. But you guys know the fight I want to talk about. Let's get right to it, bro. Let's get right to it. Come on, man. Subriel Matias, all right? You heard the name. Listen, This is amazing. Okay? It just shows you if you stay the course, you stay vigilant, disciplined, and you stay ready, shit can come your way. Okay? It's no secret. Subriel lost his belt to Liam Paro in Puerto Rico, and it's no secret he's been on a road back to try to get his belt. Subriel Matias has been trying to get that IBF back, but it seems to be eluding him because Liam Paro couldn't hold on to it, and he lost it to Richard Hitchison. Richard Hitchison is doing everything in his power not to fight Subriel Matias. And the world knows it. I'm going to call Richard Hitchison out and call him for what he is. My man, you a duck. You're a world champion duck. You still a duck, bro. Okay? You know you don't want it. You ain't never wanted to fight that boogeyman, Subriel Matias. You scared to death of him. You know it's going to take a lot to beat Subriel. And although a lot of people at home can easily say any slick boxer can beat Subriel Matias, or that the fact that it would take any of the top boxers is going to beat him. And I'm sitting here and I'm baffled, truly baffled, right? I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. Hasn't that what Subriel Matias has been doing his entire career? Fighting nothing but boxers. Guys also that they were accused of being flat-footed, standing in front of Subriel Matias and exchanging. Well said from somebody that wants to sell a fight, right? I'll tell you what really happened to all Subriel's opponents, and I dare anyone to go back and watch his fights. You're going to see that Ponce, he came out moving his legs, jabbing, work shit in the first round. He threw 100 punches. And he was dancing all around Subriel. Was it Dervichek doing the same thing? They all had legs. What ended up happening was, at some point in the fight, real early, they were taking so much damage from Subriel Matias that they had to stand their ground and try to get their respect from that monster standing in front of them. Although Subriel Matias has been criticized from getting hit, please don't worry about his welfare. Don't be so concerned for about how many times he gets hit. Just worry about beating him. How about that? And for all you boxers that think, oh, yeah, a slick boxer moving with angles will destroy Subriel. Well, guess what? The kryptonite to a boxer, a slick boxer, is that fight plan, that Mexican fight pressure that wilts down all those boxers. That's exactly what Subriel is. He doesn't typically fight your Puerto Rican style. Subriel has a different type of fighting style, and it comes from within. Subriel fights that way naturally. He wasn't taught to fight like that. That's how he fights. That's how he likes to fight. So their little reports about, oh, a guy that can move flat-footed style, Subriel Matias, he'll be no match for a boxer. Really? Well, then put your boxer in there with him. Come on, I want to see it. And guess what happened? Puello stepped up. He said, Subriel, I ain't scared of no boogeyman, and I'm a Dominican champion. And I was like, yeah! Right? Because I was like, let's get it. Okay? Listen. The Dominicans quickly hopped up and was like, oh, Puello's going to rock this Puerto Rican, this and that. And I love it. I fucking love it. You know why? because the Dominicans ain't never had shit in boxing anyway, right? So I said to myself, they got a little wave going right now. I got my money on Rohan Polanco to be their most powerful champion. That's where my money is. I like that kid. I'm gonna back him, right? For the Dominican, I'm backing all the Dominican. They my Latin cousins. So unless we not competing against each other, go. I'm Santo Domingo, baby. Show that Dominican power, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm on fucking all of them. Adames, kick ass, boy. You know what I'm saying? Those are my Latin cousins, bro. I rock with them. So, but as far as coming together, I want listen, the Dominican Puerto Rican rivalry in baseball, that shit is hot as fuck, boy. You know what I'm saying? Yo, when they play and the Dominican go against Puerto Rico, yo, there ain't nothing like it. Yo, the Dominicans be talking shit. They be talking shit. And yo, and the whole fucking team is motherfucking dynamite, bro. They pitching against a Dominican baseball team, that's got to be a nightmare, bro. And then they got the fucking best of the best of pros from the majors. It's just like one monster after another, bro. I'm like, yo, their team is ridiculous. So I was like, shit. But you know what I'm saying? You know who be showing up? Puerto Rico in the building. Yo, we be going at it. Yo, so I want that rivalry to start to develop in boxing. Because the Dominican fans they're not really showing up for their dudes because they don't got that dude, bro. Because if we were being honest and fair, come on, Puerto Rico rocks Dominican boxing. That's not even, they're not even on, they're not, shit, that's un abuso. That's just a straight, we dominate them. When it comes to fighting, oh, nah, bro. We just hunt, we just wait. We've been proven for years. It's not like Dominican was just born yesterday, right? Hasn't they been here the entire time with us? When has a Dominican fighter ever came out and did some shit? How about just unify? It's not like they just came into this game yesterday. No. We're just better fighters. We always have been. But they're getting better coaches now. They're getting better coaches. They're getting Puerto Rico coaches are going to Santo Domingo. And that's fucking awesome. Because, bro, if the reason why we're beating you is because you don't have good coaching, then that's not fair. I don't want it like that. As a Puerto Rican man, no, I don't want it like that. Nope. I don't want that. Go get your best. Go get your best. Bring them here. Let's go. That's how I want it. I want it like that. I want it like Salvador Sanchez beat the shit out of my Puerto Rican champion. If he went up there popping shit, then he got fucked up. Respect. Respect. In a win or a loss as a Puerto Rican, bro, I can take the good with the bad. I watched Felix Trinidad lose to Bernal Hopkins. I didn't fucking lash out to no brothers. No. If I know how to win, I know how to lose. See what I'm saying? Props is props, bro. What you did. I ain't got no fucking malice in my heart towards no race, nationality, or creed. It's all competition, baby. Let me see. Let me keep up with you guys. Steven, what's up? I ain't easy fight for him. It ain't an easy fight for Matias. Matias needs to go up. Okay. Yeah. It's you guys know it. You guys know it. It's not gonna be an easy fight. Puello is a good fighter, but ask yourself this, guys. Okay, ask yourself this, right? Puello needs to work on his fighting off the back foot and the whole fight. So it looks like they both have their flaws. That's Matias has a what? Yeah, granite chin, and doesn't Puello. Okay, yeah, I do like. Uh huh. And Rohan Polanco, I think, will be the next Dominican champion at 47, and I don't see no one beating him. I got my money on him. So now, you see, the thing is, and I've said this before on my channel, right? When I'm talking about Puello, let's look at Puello's last two performances, right? He had a pretty decent performance against Gary Antoine Russell, but he never was able to stop him. He didn't hurt Gary Antoine Russell, if you notice, in that fight, with nothing. Although he gave him a boxing clinic, he didn't really stop Gary Antoine Russell or discourage him from coming forward. When you saw him in the Sandor Martin fight, Puello, it looked like he struggled a little in that fight against Sandor Martin. And if Sandor Martin knew how to finish a fight, Puello doesn't wake up champion the next day. Sandor Martin let that fight slip right out of his hands. Let's just be honest. And I want you to take one thing into consideration when it comes to fighting a fighter such as Subriel Matias. When a coach puts his fighter in the ring, at what cost is it going to take you to pull off that victory? How much damage are you going to suffer fighting a fighter like Subriel Matias that is a bludgeon of a fighter? He doesn't typically knock you out. He batters you. By the third round, you look like you've been in a 10-round fight. How long can you get that? It just pow, pow, those smacks. Subriel Matias has been in the ring with skilled boxers. What was that dude's name? I'm on Frontline. We was talking about him the other day. He was supposed to be the next thing since sliced bread. PBC fighter, Tank Davis's boy there. What was his name again? And Matias made him quit. What happened to all the movement with the footwork? What happened to the slick style American boxing? What happened? That shit goes out the window when you fight Subriel. Yo, he puts you in a place that you might have to go to a dark place in that fight. And how much damage is your fighter going to take? Are you going to save him for the rest of his career? Because fighting with Subriel Matias, you're going to take damage. And I want to see if Puello and Puello might be looking old with his little receding hairline. Puello's only 30 years old. Subriel Matias is 32. I don't know if Puello can maintain that slick style boxing while his brain is getting rattled round after round. And if you think that the easy answer to the question, hey, do what Liam Paro did to Subriel Matias in Puerto Rico, excessive clinching. Okay. You don't think Subriel and his team learned from that? And that when they're wrapping their hands and the referee comes into the dressing room to advise you of the rules, and if you have any questions for him before the match and we see each other in the ring, you don't think Subriel's team is going to say to the referee, we want you to watch out excessive clinching. You'll be able to grab him, but not for long. Once you get a point deducted for trying to grab that monster too much because your fucking brain is rattling, now you're down on the scorecards. Subriel fell asleep behind the wheel with Liam Paro. First time a fighter ever grabbed him that much. It was a good experience. He found out the hard way. Puello is not going to be able to grab him like Liam Paro did. Puello grabs, because he did grab Sandor Martin a lot, right? Okay, but it's different with Subriel Matias. And Subriel Matias right now is not playing around. He's 32 years old. He knows how many more shots at a world title could I possibly get, right? This is it, baby. So here we are. PR, DR, New York City. Yo, I'm asking the Dominicans, come out, show up for your boy Puello, bro. be in the building. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where or what place in New York, whether it's the Barclay, Madison Square Garden. That I don't know yet. But I'm asking the Dominican guys to show up and show out and bring your flags with you. Show your pride. Show your fucking pride, bro. All right? And Puerto Ricans, I'm asking you to be on your best behavior. I want to build something here. I want a rivalry. Yes, I do. I don't want it one way sided no more. Dominican, y'all better show the fuck up. And I wish you may the best man win in fair competition. Now that we got that competition shit out of the way, fuck that. Subriel Matias, bust his fucking ass, bro. Yo, Subriel, take that belt and bring that shit back to Puerto Rico, because we getting it in. I'm going to tell you right now, he going to lay your Dominican boy flat on his back. Yo, woo, let's go. You know what I mean? Let's get it. All right? All right? We got that competition shit, fairness out the way. Now we picking sides. I got my boy Subriel Matias in the fight. He's going to rock your boy. Puello, shine that. Keep that belt nice and shiny, because we coming for it. Sucker, we coming for it. Whoa! Oh, yeah. And then, right, if Subriel is successful, he'll have the WBC. Richard Hitchinson, bro, just move up, bro. Everybody in the world know you scared to death of Subriel, bro. Stop playing gangster, bro. Just fucking vacate the belt. You don't want to fight him, man. All right? Every time you try to talk tough, you look stupid, bro. You look stupid because nobody believes it. Nobody believes you really fighting Subriel. So just do us all a favor. Once you see Subriel Matias win that belt, just take your skirt, grab your tail, put it in between your butt cheeks, and fucking skirty on to the next division, bro. Because stop trying to act like a tough guy, because you're not. And let the real men handle this division. And let's see if Tio's ass gets by Arnold Barboza. And then, like we all know, so Tio, do me a favor. As soon as you beat Arnold Barboza, because I got you in the fight, Tio. I like you in that fight. I'm picking you in that fight, Tio. But no sooner that you beat it, Tio, it's not a secret, bro. You're going to chase Devin and Ryan to 147 like a dumbass. So don't hold the brown belt. Just vacate it. Vacate the brown belt, and you and Richard Hitchinson can hold hands hopscotching to 147. And you guys can sing and everything together. Kick your feet like that. You know, it'll look good. So both you bitches can go up there and run. And then maybe a real man can come and fight for those belts, like Subriel. Because as soon as he wins that one, I want him to try to go quickly and challenge the other champions. I just need men to step up to the plate. The only champion up there that I'm counting on this is Gary Antoine Russell. He's a real man. He'll fight Subriel. There's nothing in my head that tells me he would back away from Subriel. Nothing. Nothing. Gary Antoine Russell will fucking fight Subriel Matias. That's going to be a really good fight. I don't know who's going to... I got to go with Subriel because he's my dog right here, right? But I'll be a little nervous on that because Gary's equally strong. You see, I don't think it's going to be too much skill to beat Subriel. I think it's going to be a power thing. How big of a man you are. And push him back. Gary Antoine Russell's the man for the job. If you ask me. And just me being honest. I'm not sugarcoat. I still got Subriel in the fight. But I think Gary's the so those are the men of the division. Real men of 140 that ain't fucking around, that are willing to go, let's get it in. You know, they those type of men, they from the show me state. You're going to have to show me. Once the rest of the girls leave the division and they take they bags and they skirts with them, then we'll have a real weight division. We'll have some men in there doing some real men fighting shit. So I can't wait for that. But if Tio like wants to unify, you know what I'm saying, and shit like that with Subiel or I listen, the fight with Gary Antoine Russell and Teofimo Lopez would be hot as fuck too. I think, wow, that would be a good fight right there too. I like that. I like that matchup too as well. If Tio is gonna stick around, but you heard Tio. Well, Tio says a lot of shit, doesn't he? Right? He says a lot of shit. So I just, I think Tio's gonna chase the money. He's gonna chase Ryan, Devin, and I don't know if any of them will fight Boots Ennis, but I think they'll fight Brian Norman Jr. or like fighters like Mario Barrio. And Mario Barrio, quiet as kept, he'll end up getting the fights before Brian Norman Jr. and Jerron Boots Ennis, because those are the killers at 147. But Mario Barrio can really come in and sell that belt he has and potentially win. Mario Barrio style, his height, that's no bueno for Ryan Garcia and fucking Devin Haney. I'm not sure if Devin Haney just beats Mario Barrio like that. A smaller version of Mario Barrio? Yeah. A 140 pounder Mario Barrio? Devin Haney beats a 140 pounder. A 147? I'm not sure. I'm not sure he can beat him. And Mario Barrio can sneak in on one of those big fights. The winner, whoever wins out of Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, right? Let's think about it. Whoever wins out of that fights Mario Barrio. Either way, I'll take Ryan or Devin. Doesn't matter who wins. Can fight Mario Barrio. He'll get that cash fight. Come on, you think Ryan Garcia is going to jump in there with Boots Ennis? Are you fucking out of your mind? Boots will kill Ryan. And Boots will kill Devin. Boots will punch Devin and Devin will turn into dust. He'll just... They're not going to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. I don't believe that shit. But Mario Barrio can get in there, and because they think he's more likely to be beatable. And what would end up happening is Mario Barrio got skills, and he could beat the fucking Ryan Garcia and the Devin Haney. Yeah, he can. Ryan Garcia, that's a 50. Ryan Garcia hits Mario Barrio with that left check hook. Mario's going to sleep. Mario Barrio's going to sleep, boy. It's whoever catches up, but I'm not saying that it would be a better fight that way. So, and then so that's what I need to happen. Thank you, Alberto Puellos, for putting up your WBC world champion, for being the kind of fighter that really stepped up and wants to give the fans the big fights. You want fights and moments that people talk about for years. Yo, where were you when Alberto Puello fought Subriel Matias in New York City? Where were you on that night? Bro, that fight was a fucking banger. And people talk about that, just like they talk about Felix Trinidad and Fernando Vargas. That fight is still talked about to this day. Those kind of rivalries, those kind of matchups, Julio Cesar Chavez and Oscar De La Hoya, which one you want to talk about, the first one or the second one? It's like these kind of fights live on. This is what we need. And if Santo Domingo plans on making some noise in the sport of boxing, this is what you're going to have to do. Just like Mexico beat up on our fighters and we beat up on their fighters and back and forth. You're going to have to win. It can't be a one-sided event. As far as right now, Dominican versus Puerto Rico, it's not even close. We're just better fighters. Or we have been up to this point. Let's find out what happens when the Santo Domingo guys start getting better coaching. Let's find out. Huh? Are they that good in everything? Like they be playing baseball? It seems like all our island guys, we have our sports, huh? We really do. But Puerto Rico is like a little bit more elevated than all the Latins because we do baseball, boxing, and basketball. Remember, the Puerto Rico team beat in one of those rounds the U.S. basketball team with all the real NBA players. And we had our boys were from the island and they was out there rocking. I remember New York City streets was crazy. And although Puerto Rico didn't win, that one win, that one on that one night, Puerto Rico gave it to America. Pow, 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 pow. You know what I mean? So we play in basketball, baseball, shit. There's a couple of us in the NFL. Might not be a lot, but we're sprinkled in. We're sprinkled in. And in the NFL, we're some real killers. Pun intended. Right? So if you know, you know. So and in baseball, but the rest of the Latin um uh places, like they got different shit. And like Mexico is with soccer. You know what I mean? Like that. I don't think Puerto Rico rocks in soccer like that. You feel me? And then Mexico's basketball team, they okay. They okay, you know. And their baseball team is dynamite. They Mexican got some, they've been like building it and shit, but there not a lot of Latin countries, like they favor different shit. You know, what's that shit with the in them Latin countries like Peru and shit? They be playing that shit. We don't do that in PR. Nah, we ain't doing no polo. You know what I'm saying? Like nah, there's different shit. So, but this is a time in boxing where a rivalry can develop, and the fans will come out to support Santo Domingo more when they start to see more and more of their guys become world champion. And I'm excited for them. I'm excited for them as my Latin cousins. I want to see Carlos Adames become unified. I want to see, like I said, a lot of these Dominican fighters come up and potentially become not just one world champion, but a unified world champion. And as far as the Puerto Ricans go, I really got my fingers crossed for Oscar Collazo. And right now, I'm really getting rumors and I'm hearing a lot of things that Turkey might put him on that undercard. And maybe we can get another a unification either for the brown belt or the red belt. Uh, and if that happens, that means a lot to me. That really does. It might not mean a lot to a lot of you guys. You guys might not know the significance behind that for me as a fighter, but that he'll be, if he can win that night, he'll have 3 belts and the ringside magazine belt, right? He'll be 1 belt away, man. Phew. 1 belt away from being undisputed and the first Puerto Rican undisputed world champion we've ever had. I've been waiting for that moment for a long time. I want one of my guys to be undisputed for Puerto Rico. And if anybody got the potential of doing it, like, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, right? But if Oscar Collazo can get that signed, come on, Turkey, man. Please, please, Turkey, please. Give me a Christmas present. Pay him that man that money, please. And put Oscar, just give Oscar Collazo the opportunity and he'll take it from there. Just give him the opportunity, please. And I'm gonna tell Oscar Collazo, go be yourself. he'll do what he has to do. My money's on my guy. Just give him the opportunity. It's hard to get these champions in the ring with you. And you see these guys got 4 belts and this and that. And they were big on the money fights. But when you don't got that kind of like division where you're not gonna sell a lot of tickets like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these champions want to play keep away. They want to stay champion for as long as they want. And I get it. I get it. But we trying to do something here in Puerto Rico. And we got a guy we believe in. Come on, bro. Don't blackball him. Don't fucking run from him. Don't. If he loses, he loses. He falls short. Fine, man. I still got love for the man. But can we see if he can do it? Can at least get these fighters in there? Just please. And if he pulls that shit off and he gets that third baby, that's like, you know, when you think about some of these records, legendary records that no one's gonna beat and shit, like the 56 game hitting streak. I hate when the guy's like on a 35 game hitting streak. They're like, he's gonna break his record. No, he's at game 35. Don't announce that shit now. When he starts getting to like 47 games, 48, now you need to start paying attention because 56 is right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if anybody's ever going to break that record, the hitting streak record. He hit in 56 games consecutive, got a base hit in 56 games straight. So when you see shit like that, or the home run derby is like 77 home runs, right? When somebody gets to like 74, now the whole world is watching, right? And that's kind of like how I feel with Oscar Collazo. And I'm like, damn, this motherfucker got 3 belts already. Well, he got 2, right? The WBA, right? And he has what, the WBA and the what does he have? The WBC, WBA and WBC, right? And he needs the IBF and WBO, right? But he also has the ring. So that's why I'm like 3, right? Because the ring is making some noise right now, right? So so I'm like 3, right? So he gets that contract and he locks it in for that third. Guess what? I don't know if you guys know this. He fights at 105, but the guy that got the belt at the 105, I think it's the WBO guy. He knocked him out already. Then that guy went on to get a belt, but Collazo already knocked him out. Bring me to. That's why I'm saying, bro, he might not want to fight Collazo. Collazo already knocked him out. He gonna run with that belt. He gonna hightail it, right? But maybe somebody could beat him, and then Collazo can fight that guy, fast, right? But if that guy gets the right amount of money, and Turkey's like, "Yo, we'll pay you to fight him," and he takes the fight, now I'm that fan that is like at 55 game hitting streak. I'm at game 55. The world record is 56, right? I'm like right there. He got 3 belts. You know what I'm saying? It starts to look more like a reality. Can we actually do it? Can we, Puerto Rico? And if anybody, one of us is going to do it, that's where I got my money on right now. In today's box, that's who I got my money on, Oscar Collazo. Gonna have to be sharp. Que te oigan los boxing gods. This dude's crazy. what the hell is this? I knew it trolling. Okay. Yes, yes. Yo, but so you know, that's how I got my fingers crossed. All right. Yeah. Okay. So who else we had on this card? Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Berlanga, right? Edgar Berlanga. Listen, no matter what Frontline's girlfriend says, you know what I'm saying? Listen, right? Uh, she love her some Edgar Berlanga, bro. She thinks he's like the one of the best boxers, right? And I'm just like, nah, bro. Like Edgar got to prove some shit, but I like the boxer that he's becoming right now. He's starting to show me that he's serious. He After the loss with Canelo, he might have fought a guy that got out of jail 10 years or whatever, but that guy still knows how to box. And Edgar caught up to him fast, and he did what he had to do. And then Edgar's back in action again. Really looks like that move down to Florida is really paying off for him. And now he has an opponent that I believe in Hamzaha Sharad. Hamzaha Sharad is what I believe the definition of a hype job. That's what I believe. I believe he's a protected fighter. And as we saw on that fucking robbery, right? He lost that fight. Turkey protected the shit out of him, I think, because that's Turkey's fighter. And I'm going to tell you right now, sometimes it's harsh for me to say these things and these harsh criticisms to these fighters, but I got to be straightforward and not beat around the bush. Hamza Sharad is not as good as they promoting him out to be. So that's my definition of a hype job. If they're saying like you're the next slice thing since the greatest and this and that, and that you're gonna beat everybody, how? Like that? Like fighting Carlos Adames like that? Come on, man. He's not him. And look, Carlos Adames was doing good. I just think that he was making him miss a lot, but he was playing with Hamzak a little bit too much. And I think he was trying to conserve some energy, and his cardio wasn't, he couldn't cut and pull. Once again, there's another scenario where that applies. He couldn't cut and pull. Nah. And he only had the energy in the rounds to do one or two things, either evade or offense. Sometimes he would mix up the two, but you could see why he was trying to evade. He was trying to take a breather. So Hamza Sharad is not that dude, bro. No, I'm not saying he can't become him later on, but they're already promoting him like he's like, and I'm like, nah, you're overhyped. That's exactly what you are. I'm not sure if you can beat that man in a decision, as we all saw. So I think Berlanga, you're gonna have to knock out Hamza Sharad. You're gonna have to knock him out, brother. Because Berlanga, if you go the distance with him, I don't think you're gonna win that fight on the cards. Berlanga got enough power, enough pressure, and I think Berlanga's gonna catch up to this awkward tall mofo. Yeah, I really think so. I think Berlanga's gonna cut on the inside, and it's gonna be good night, bye bye, Hamza Sharad. He's gonna fall like a tree, like this, like that. I got Berlanga in that fight, bro. Berlanga, this is your moment, papi. Yo, we got some good Puerto Ricans on the card already. You know, what if we can get Collazo on the card and take out fucking David Morrell's punk ass? Go back to the bot. You ain't even fighting nothing for no goddamn belt. And you just get it. Go down. You know what I mean? Go fight for your interim belt down there. You know, let us make history. Right? Or just slide them in and stretch out the card. I don't know. Because I would like to see Collazo on that card. Whether Turkey gets it done or not, I haven't heard anything on it. If you guys hear anything about that, let me know. And so I like Edgar Berlanga in that. I think he has a good jab. I think he's a strong kid. Edgar got pop. Uh, he can slip punches. He could be a little relaxed on the inside, a little. I don't think Hamza Sharad really got anything. If he can catch Edgar Berlanga standing still, flat footed, Hamza got a lot of power. He's got good power when he hits a stationary target. If you're standing in front of him like this, flat footed, and he torques it like that, he's gonna hurt you. But if you're slipping a little, or you could block those, look at Carlos Adonis. You saw the performance, the way the fight went. You guys saw how he was making a miss. And if he had enough offense with those misses, slip, pow. More of that. He was doing that, exactly that. He was, just wasn't enough in between. Yeah. And then he got caught in this, like, slipping, trying to look good. And yeah, I'm not sure. But I think he won. I believe he won that fight. And Shiraz should already should have been defeated. Yeah. So Berlanga, yo, my man, papi, trenea fuerte, prepárate, ok. Los boricuas están en tu lado, ok, Berlanga. Y tú sabes que nosotros en Nueva York vamos a estar ahí, el corillo va a estar presente, vamos a estar activados, vamos a estar ahí adentro, mira, soportándote, no te duermas. No te duermas, papi, y no te dejes. No venga ya con okay, I'm going to settle back into the fight. I'm just going to play it safe shit. Berlanga, we want blood. We want blood and we want it now. That's it. So, prepárate, ponte para lo tuyo, que yo no quiero ver que te joven la pelea porque tú te decidiste a quedarte ahí y no tirando puño y mirándolo. Berlanga, te estoy diciendo ahora, ya que tú tienes el apoyo de los boricuas, ellos te están apoyando ahora. La última pelea que tú tuviste no fue una cosa tan, pero todavía estamos ahí contigo. Estamos ahí. So, tú tienes que ponerte para lo tuyo, demostrar que, mira, esto no es chiste, que ustedes me pueden apoyar, venir, nosotros estamos pagando pasaje. Y estamos ahí soportándote de la pelea, papi, pagando esos tickets y todo. ¿Para qué? ¿Qué tú nos vas a dar a nosotros? ¿Qué tú me vas a dar a mí por fan? ¿Dónde están mis chavos? So, Berlanga, mira, esta es tu noche. Esta es tu noche. Vamos a ver lo que tú haces. Vamos a ver. So, just wanted to talk to my Puerto Rican brother right there real quick. And I just sending Berlanga a lot of little positive reinforcement that the Puerto Ricans are going to show up and show out for him. You know, we buying plane tickets, man. And we want our money's worth. We want our money's worth. What are you going to give us? Why are we supporting you? Why are we fighting traffic, getting plane reservations, hotel rooms, rental cars? Why are we doing that? Why? Because we want to be entertained. And boxing is part entertainment. It's your job and part entertainment. That's why I go out. I want to be entertained. That's what I want Berlanga to do for us. And I know he can do it. This is a good name right here. I think an overhyped name, but I'll go with it. Because y'all motherfuckers better not say that Sharad was a hype job after the fight. Because if you're going into the fight saying, oh, Berlanga's done, this, that, blah, blah, Sharad is him, like you all been saying, right? I want full credit for the victory. Full credit. All right? Let's see. It gonna be 9-9. Hey, yo, front line. Get that man a pillow, a blanket, and a little teddy bear. Read him a bedtime story because he's going night-night. All right? Berlanga's gonna put him. He's gonna give him that melatonin. You know what I mean? He gonna give him the melatonin. Gonna put him to sleep. Yo. Something that hasn't been meant. Matias fight is there. No. Well, no rehydration clause because there's not the IBF belt. The only reason why Matias was getting the rehydration clause is because he was fighting for the red belt. They're the only organization that their rules state they must maintain a 10-pound rehydration if you're going to compete for this belt. See what I'm saying? So Matias, this belt actually was good for a fighter such as Matias because it keeps you disciplined as a champion. You don't blimp up in between fights if you're the IBF champion. You're going to have to maintain between 20 and 15 pounds all the time. So that when you go in, it's not so hard because you got a weight claw on that belt. That weight claw means 10-pound weight claw. It means that you must be a natural 140 pounder in order to compete for their belt. And the way they test you on that is this. On the day before the fight, they weigh you in 39 and a half. 9 o'clock the next morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you have to have another weigh-in. And you cannot exceed 10 pounds. You can't go past 150 or you're disqualified right then and there. The fight can continue on if both fighters say yes, but you're disqualified for keep competing for their belt. You will no longer be able to win the belt. That's how a 10-pound rehydration claw works. After that 9 o'clock that you step on the scale and you weigh 149, you pass. Once you pass at 9 o'clock, you can put on all the weight you want. But there's no human that can put on 20 pounds after that. I wouldn't recommend it. The guy hit you in the stomach, you'll probably shit on yourself and throw up. Like, you had to be in 140-pound shape to pull that off. It keeps the fighter honest. And there's no weight bullying going on. You have to be able to make that weight for that belt. Now, Subriel Matias competing for the WBC, first, he will no longer have to do that weight claw for the IBF, even if he was to win it. Because what's going to happen is, when the IBF champion unifies against the WBC or any other belt, because of the fact that the WBC champion does not have a 10-pound rehydration claw, well, if he's competing for his belt, that's how it goes. You don't got to honor the 10-pound rehydration claw. Neither does the IBF nor the WBC. So when Matias gets this belt and challenges for that belt, he still doesn't have to do the 10-pound rehydration claw. But neither does the IBF guy. But when you go to defend the IBF, there's no other belt on the line, 10-pound rehydration claw. Yes. Now I wonder, is that going to hurt Matias or is that going to be good for him? That he wins the WBC. Is it good to have a fighter like that without the W? Some people ask me that, but I said, you guys really want to know something? Matias walks around, weight is like 147, 152. Like his natural walking around weight. He's not that big of a man. He's a true 140 pounder. So not for a guy like Matias, no, I don't really think it matters. And if you ask me, what belt is the better to fight for? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to lie. Come on, guys. Let's just be honest. The WBC World Championship has to be the strongest belt, the more popular. If I got a chance to grab that little fucking green belt, I'm going to do it. Then I'll go after the IBF, the WBO, the WBA, whatever. But not every fighter gets to fight for that WBC world title. You got to be elected to that shit. They don't even honor their own ranking system. They're more of a popular. So everybody that gets their belts, they were already popular. That's why their champions are so strong. Their champions are so strong because of that. Yeah, they're always getting the next popular Mexican or Black American or Japanese or they're always doing that. That's why when you see the WBC champion, he was already popular. So, yeah, plus I want that in my trophy case back home. I would love a WBC World Championship in my case anyway. He's already got an IBF one. He's already got one of those at his house. So let me get that WBC. Let's go. So yeah. That will favor Matias in the fight. Carlos, what's up, baby? How you doing? Can we say this is a Puerto Rican card? If we get Oscar Collazo on the card, it's an official Puerto Rico card. All right? because we'll have 3 Puerto Ricans and a half, right? Because we can claim Shakur for at least half of that. All right? Hey, on this night, fuck it, Shakur's Puerto Rican. All right? Cause so that's Puerto Rico and Mexican crime on crime right there. You know what I'm saying? So, Shakur, he got Puerto Rico, he blood in him. So, that would be Shakur Stevenson, Edgar Berlanga, Subriel Matias, and if we can get Oscar, that would be a Puerto Rico card right there, baby. New York would they lose their mind. Boop, they're already losing their mind with the Subriel and Berlanga because quiet is kept. It's not even quiet is kept. It's not a secret. Berlanga got a pretty big following in New York. Yeah, he does. Yeah, and there's a lot of Puerto Rican fans that like William Zepeda. William Zepeda's got his own Latin supporters, brothers. Don't think that all William Zepeda's fucking fans are all Mexican. Nah. There's a lot of brothers that like William Zepeda's style, a lot of white dudes, so you're gonna get those kind of fans that just love boxing and like William Zepeda as a fighter. Plus the Mexican fans, though. You see what I'm saying? Same thing for Edgar Berlanga, same thing for Subriel. I went to Puerto Rico and there was white dudes and brothers in attendance in Puerto Rico. And they were sitting there cheering for Subriel, saying, "Come on, Subriel, turn it around." Ba, ba, ba. And they talking American. They right there. I can see them. So Subriel got American fans. And Subriel also has Mexican fans. He trained out in Mexico with Panda for a couple of years and a couple of fights. Subriel got his fair share of supporters. Not all Subriel's fans are Puerto Rican, bro. Nah. But it's gonna be that much bigger. And with a card like that in New York, bro, I'm glad little pussy boy there, Teofimo Lopez, ain't on it. He'd probably fuck up the card. Him and his fucking mouth and antics. He'll bring a bigger sword. Fucking keep sucking like that off the card. He's got a lot of proving to do, but he's got a big fucking mouth, and he said a lot about Puerto Rican fighters. So I'm gonna say something about him. But I like Tio as a fighter. Yes, I do. I'm still a fan of Tio as a fighter. But shit talking is shit talking. You like to shit talk? I can shit talk too. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So, but yeah, I'm glad his punk ass ain't on this card. Yeah, Carlos, that's right. Yeah, nah, definitely 100, baby. We get fucking where the wall fight start.
Round one.
Yo, do me a favor and hit that like button for me right now if you haven't hit that like button. And if you already hit the like button, go make a fake account and hit the like button a second time. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how hot the show is. All right? Yo, guys, don't forget what? Ooh, and Taylor Serrano and Taylor, Amanda Serrano and Taylor. Listen, Holmes. I mean, they listen. They're doing the ladies are doing their own thing on fucking Netflix, right? They got a stupid fight coming. I didn't like the fact that the fights were back to back. That when they put this card, it was gonna be like you had to like save up the money or whatever and decide which one. You're not really giving the girls the opportunity, but it's gonna be on Netflix anyway. If you already got a Netflix account, it's free. So you're not gonna have to pay for that. And the turkey card probably be $25. You know what I'm saying? So that's good. Now they're doing like a bundle plan for the Saul card and Ryan card, where that if you buy one for like $85, you get the next one for $5 because the bundle plan is $90. I know how to do math. They're telling me if I don't get the bundle plan, I'm spending $89 or $85 on one Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, but they'll give me the other fight for $5. But if I buy the Ryan Garcia fight by itself and then try buying the Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, you're gonna end up paying a lot more. So I guess for $90 you get the two bundle package. Then you would have to like Top Rank ESPN's gonna put Naoya Inoue on ESPN Plus. So that's where Naoya Inoue is probably going on because they Top Rank still got their contract with them until July, I guess. We'll see where that goes. You feel me? So today I was gonna actually buy my outfit for Naoya Inoue, and you guys are lucky that my wife talked me out of it because I was gonna show up in full Japanese attire, like the ones they be in the thing, but it looks kind of like big pants, and then it's like, but it's like this thick material, it kind of like folds on and goes down and shit, and then the Komodo whatever thing comes up like this, like puffy and shit, right? So, but she talked me out of it. What's up, Frontline? What you doing, Frontline?
Yo, my
Yo,
Japarican brother, que es la
listen,
que hay.
listen, look at I Corillo. I was gonna come up with entire Japanese attire, and then I was I was looking up like these jackets, like Asian jackets. So I found like the Bruce Lee ones, right? With like the white cuffs, and it's got like the little buttons, like loops, like the one they do, but that's Chinese. So
Yo, you gotta leave your nunchucks behind
So
though. You
so
can't take your
so that
nunchucks with you.
jacket is like it's Chinese tradition. So I was like, damn, I'm trying to convince myself, but isn't it still Asian? Like, wouldn't that be showing support? But Chinese and Japanese got history. That might be he might take that as disrespect,
Bro,
right?
it is. It's like calling a Puerto Rican Dominican
It
or vice
just might
versa
be,
or
right? I might
Cuban or
get jumped and
whatever.
shit, right?
Ahí va a tener que
Nah, bro.
pelear.
So I was like, nah, let me not buy the Chinese one. So and then I ran into this other website. Yo, they had like Japanese white tees with buttons. I was like, oh shit. So that's how the Japanese do it, but they do it with like a different style. It's a little bit different. And then
Yo, I jumped on to correct you
what
on something before it gets
okay,
too
what's
far
up?
behind. So Collazo He holds the
Oh,
WBO
okay.
and the WBA.
Okay. Okay. I knew it.
So he needs the
IBF
IBF and
and the
and C.
WBC. Okay. Thank you.
So Taturan has the IBF. Pedro Taturan has the
Yep.
IBF, and Melvin Jerusalem has
And
the
didn't he already
WBC.
knock him out? Yes.
Jerusalem,
Didn't
yes.
he knock him out? So that's why I was saying, I was like, yo, I don't know how strong it's gonna be for him to come in with the belts, and you know what I mean. So, what's up, Carlos? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
What's up,
Carlos, ¿qué es la
Berlang?
Ahí,
que hay?
ahí.
Dame
Corillos
break,
in the
dame break.
building.
Este jodido headífono no me está funcionando bien.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me fix my headphones real quick. Sorry about
All
that.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. So,
Ahora,
so
ahora,
you were
ahora.
saying? There you go.
Yo, so Steven Arroyo, he asked earlier in the
Yep.
chat, and I had to tell him. He said that that the lower weight classes weren't the same since Carvajal versus Gonzalez. I said, well, if you ask the Japarican here, he'll think Inoue was the best fighter in the lower weight classes. Am I right or
Yeah,
wrong?
you got to give it to Naoya in a way. I can't be biased because of like you got to do some shit because when you're talking about like fighters like Oscar Collazo, shit like that, but you also got to think about Bam Bam Rodriguez and Junto, and there's a lot of other Japanese guys that have moved up 4 weight divisions, and that Japanese dude he has a WBO in each division and shit like that.
Oh, and by the way, when you started off with Belanga, my wife almost made a doghouse for you to
Oh
sleep
yeah,
in.
almost.
But then you backed them. She said, "Ah, he's good."
ah, nah, I'm not turning my back on Belanga, bro. He just needed he got some proving to do. I like him as a fighter. I'm Puerto Rican as well, but I'm not dumb. And if you're gonna take and waste your talents right in front of me and expect me to fucking pay my money just because you're Puerto Rican, then you're using me as a fan.
Nah, bro. Belanga has been
You know,
sleeping
so
in the
so
gym.
now he's been really like activated and it shows he's jumping in and out of the fights. He's gonna take that talent show on the road and with activity like this, he's starting to show me he's serious. So now I can take him a little bit more serious. And that's when I'll start to back him.
Hey, I was gonna ask you, can you explain me that situation where Shakur is like he left like Matchroom, like he kind of like he signed with someone else. I guess he's not with uh
Yo, you know what, Carlos? I'm glad you brought it up because I did read that somewhere, but I don't know how true it is. I don't know if people are just talking shit or what, because he hasn't even had a fight with Matchroom yet. I don't
No.
think. Oh yes, he did. The one in
Oh,
yeah.
Riyadh.
I'm Josh Padley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they say like he's with a new manager, you know, with the James and Prince.
Well, management and
Yeah,
promotional are
because
two
that would
different
be Jay
things.
Prince.
He left someone. I don't know. I need more clarification. That's why I'm
That's
asking.
what I want to know. Are you talking about him leaving Jay Prince, or are you talking about him leaving Matchroom? Right.
Matchroom.
That's what I want to know, and I don't
I-
know anything about it. I can't. I would
I'm
have to
probably
go.
gotta look it up right now.
Yeah,
Actually,
I'm gonna have to look that shit up and find out more about that. But as far as Shakur Stevenson as a fighter, he's got me a little worried with those hands. And it's the problem is that sometimes with these boxing stories, you guys know how I do. I really don't believe everything I hear. Yeah, I let it kind of play out a little. Just like this card, it's been out all over the internet for 2 days. And Frontline, we got this fight card, the whole entire card, like 2 days ago. So I could have came out and talked
Yeah.
about this a long time ago, but I like to really like I have to back up some of these people on the card. I gotta look it up. I gotta check box rec.
Let it
I gotta
know.
I gotta I gotta make sure that these fights are scheduled and not rumor fights. They're not just these rumored fights, and that this is real.
And to be clear, it's not at the Madison. They haven't
No,
given a
they don't.
location
That's
yet.
why I looked it up. I said, "Whoa, there's not even a location." Some of these guys,
A lot of people think that because Taylor Serrano fight is happening at Madison Square Garden the day before, they automatically assume that it's going to be at the Madison. They don't know how it's going to happen. It hasn't been confirmed if it's going to be at Madison or Barkley or anywhere. They just said NYC.
Well, if it was in Madison Square Garden, they wouldn't have to take down the ring now, would they? All they got to
Nope.
do is change some electronic billboards because we don't do that shit climbing up there anymore. We have electronic billboard that'll digitally change your face. Put up your picture,
Which will take 2.2
seconds. Boop,
seconds.
boop, Mano Serrano out. These guys in. Everything switched. We don't even got to take down the ring. Might be more cost effective. You know what I'm
True.
saying? So, but I still don't got a location on that fight card, but the fight card is supposed to be legit from what I'm hearing. So, and then like, you know, what do you guys think, Carlos, about William Zepeda and
real
Shakur Steven? Who do you got?
real quick, it says here Shakur Stevenson dumps Matchroom and links with Dabella for massive Cepeda payday in New York.
So he went with the PBC.
Yeah, who is Rude Dabella? I mean, I heard about him
Oh,
before,
no.
but
Lou DeBella's the bald dude with the glasses. I'm sorry. I got him confused. I'm sorry. Lou DeBella pimps his fighters to the top promoters. He just never got out over that echelon to be like a, then that mean,
Is that the same one that had
hold up.
Serrano and was playing Serrano for a while before she signed with
Yes. Now,
MVP?
hold up. You know what that means then? He left, Jay Prince. Probably. Wait a minute.
and
No.
and Eddie Hearn.
Lou DiBella would be Ed Hearn in this situation. No, he didn't leave Jay Prince. Nope, sorry.
Yeah, Eddie
Yeah,
Hearn.
so he's still with Jay Prince, and he left Ed Hearn and was with okay. But why would you? I don't know.
He's gonna get more money, something like that.
And then Lou DiBella pimped him to Golden Boy because Zepeda's a Golden Boy fighter.
Yeah, sign don't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Shakur is like planning for the future. Like if he gets through Cepeda, he want that unification fight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I would.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to support women boxing, Clarissa's going to she's going
But
why you
Because I
laughing,
know where you're
Edwin?
going with it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
good. I'm good. You
No,
got it.
go
You
ahead right
got
now. I gotta go get my light. Go ahead.
it. Yo, you heard about that, right, Carlos?
what about Kalisha?
So apparently she says that she's for the clause of women fighting. And she called MVP and asked for tickets to the Katie and Serrano
Oh,
Right.
event.
really?
So MVP responded to her with we have 2 seats available for you. They're $1 million
Oh,
1
each.
shit.
mil. 1 mil.
Since you want to support the clause, I mean the cause, since you want to support the cause, they're special just for you, $1 million each seat. Because she was bragging about she was the first, female boxer to make $1 million
Oh, yeah.
dollars.
Okay.
So you must got it like that, right?
So you got it like that. So here, you want to support the cause for women fighters? We got 2 seats reserved
Just
just
for
for you, $1
you.
million each.
Hold that down.
And she said no.
Oh no.
I,
Now she's
bro,
upset. Now she's upset. Now we racist. Now we're gonna be a bunch of racists. You see, the thing with Clarissa Shields is, right? You gotta break down Clarissa Shields' antics, right? Real talk, right? She has this stigma about herself that she doesn't take any accountability for anything she does. She thinks that once she does it, you should just forget about it and just pay attention to what's going on right now when I need you to pay attention to. For example, Clarissa Shield badmouth one time Keith Thurman, challenged him to a fight. Keith Thurman ain't never said nothing about Clarissa Shields. He had to defend himself. He had to turn around and say, yo, Clarissa, chill out. I'll knock you, But if one time Keith Thurman turns around and says, I'll knock that bitch out, He's wrong. He-
I'm
He'll
sorry
be
for laughing.
yeah,
It
he'll
just
be
remember that sparring that she sparred with
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
random and she
Yeah, yeah.
got dropped.
Yeah, but just stay with me on the shit talking, right?
Go
She
ahead, go ahead.
she she likes to shit talk everyone. Amanda Serrano is nowhere near her weight division. Why is she talking shit about Amanda Serrano? Why is she talking about Elisa Bongar? Why is she always disrespecting men boxers, Jake Paul, all of them? But the minute
And
and
women
women
too.
and but the minute someone turns around and stands up to the bully, she just wants to use the victim card. Oh, you guys are treating me unfair. This is how it always is. This is how you could see the blatant racism in this. And then all of a sudden she makes it out to something where like fans can get sympathetic, but she doesn't take accountability for anything that comes out of her mouth. It's like she forgets everything she said. And when
Yeah.
she's on the thing that Frontline's talking about, Carlos, she's on the social media going back and forth in a text tweet conversation. And it was going down like this. First, she was giving them thanks for remembering her and inviting her to the event. And thank you for looking out for me for getting tickets. And upon her next text to give them more thanks, Clarissa Shields says, because you guys gotta be thankful for me that I'm the first female that ever won $1 million. And ain't none of you guys ain't ever did shit like that. And make sure that my tickets are in the front. Thank you. So they responded back. They must have been like, you cocky, arrogant son of a bitch. You
Yeah.
really had to thank us for the tickets we were going to give you for free by putting us down. Everything, even when you want to be or act nice, we have a word for that: sarcasm. And everything you say, now Clarissa seems to be a little butthurt that her ticket prices went up to $1 million for her and her little love Papoose. If you guys want to be in attendance, we'll put you right in the front row.
It's really funny, man.
And and that's what Clarissa does, Calito. Like she's a she just doesn't take accountability for any of her actions. And then when you say or you speak up against the bully, she goes into this fucking victim role. It's not right.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yo, so now that we got that out the way,
Dímelo.
Carlos, since you here, you from Cleveland, right?
Hey man,
What you think? What you think about your boy?
that shit really, hey man, I can't be mad with the judges, you know what I mean? He looks sluggish out there. Hey. Uh
So so
I
that being said, do you think he beat
I was
Zayas?
gonna ask you about this, about that. Shit. Not anymore. Hey, no, but like it's like you gotta understand, like 154 is the wild wild west, and I always been saying this like consistently. Like I was gonna ask Edwin, when you lose, right? Do you get drop off the rankings a bit? No.
No, he dropped.
All right, but I mean, you drop like okay, let's say because Charles Conwell was number two in the WBO. Does he get dropped to like I don't know to five or whatever? That's what I want to know.
I guess it depends. It depends on the organization
Because oh, go ahead.
because look at Cambosos. Cambosos magically popped up as the number three in the IBF at 140. So it depends on whose money behind him.
Okay, okay. Because the reason why I bring this up because you know Charles Conwell losing kind of favors Sam Zayas moving forward in the sense like now there's ain't no because Sam Zayas and Charles Conwell was one and two, but now it just opens the doors more for Sam Zayas so you just go after that belt, against Fundora.
Well, you know how we operate here at Round One Sports Talk.
You know,
A loss. a loss on your record, it don't mean shit. It don't mean that you're not a good fighter. It doesn't mean nothing. Dude, Edwin's touched on this a million times about the greats. Look, the only one that I can honestly say that has undefeated record, it's Mayweather.
Yeah,
And because he did it, this new generation, they think that they have to live up to that expectation, which they don't. A loss on your record means absolutely nothing.
yeah, 100%. And
So with Conwell losing, that doesn't change nothing. The dude is still a skilled boxer. The dude still has a potential chance at being a
Well,
world champion.
if you ask Cano Loco, he was gonna whoop my boy Young Xander Zion's ass, and he was the next best thing since sliced bread. Okay, so
Hey, did you see the
okay,
video Edwin dropped Carlos on
oh,
that?
all right.
I seen the video, and it's just like hablando de claro. It's like 154 is a tough. It's the most difficult division in my opinion because we got Virgil Ortiz, we got Bakram. You know what I mean? And I think Charles Conwell was being pushed to like I don't know, like yeah, he has the skills, but to knock those guys off, man, if you couldn't get through this guy, how you gonna get through the Virgil Ortiz, the Bakros?
Now,
Yeah, but that goes back to
and
styles based fights, though.
now in fairness, I wanted to touch on that front line real quick for Carlos. In fairness, though, this Mexican had a jerk, awkward kind of movement, and you can see right away that he's more technical. You know what I'm saying? Conwell was more technical, and that little jerky awkwardness was just what he needed to slow him down in some sequences. When he fights Xander Zion, I don't think Conwell actually is going to look like that. I joke around because I like to get at Cano and shit, just have a debate with him and everything. But my honest assessment, I think Conwell will fight Xander Zion a bit different. It'll be a tougher fight, but I still got my money on Zion. I got my money on Zion on beating all of them, even Ortiz. And I think Ortiz is a hell of a fighter, right? But the thing that I'm waiting for Xander Zion is that if he's 22 years old and he's doing this to these men like that, and Ortiz is a grown ass man. Ortiz has already been around doing this and fighting, and he just went the distance his last fight. And let's just be honest. Overall, his
That's two.
competition, Ortiz's, the guys on his record. I mean, the last guy he fought had 11 fights.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. This dude called Jorge Garcia Perez is a journeyman, right?
Okay.
And let's say let's say Xander Saya fights with this Jorge Garcia Perez. Would he fight him better than Conwell?
Yes, because he's taller. And
Yeah, he's 6 foot.
he would have got to the Mexican a little bit better, and he wouldn't have been able to when the Mexican was hitting Conwell, his length and everything, and he was making Conwell have to extend a little. And then
Hmm.
what he was doing good when he was evading, he was moving his back foot and sliding out like this. You're not going to be able to do that against Xander Zion because he's even with you. He's going to catch you rolling out. What Conwell couldn't do to him, Xander Zion's going to do to him. But in the Xander Zion fight, the Xander Zion is going to go in the inside where Conwell is good. And he's going to fight more technical where it's going to suit Conwell better. If Xander Zion bounces off his feet and moves, pop, pop, boop, pop, boop, he's going to rock Conwell. But if he does that, spot, pop, pop, and stays there, where he gives Conwell that ability to work, he's going to make the fight tougher for himself, Xander
Yeah.
Zion. But if Xander Zion stays on the ball of his feet, he uses more angles and keeps popping Conwell. Xander Zion's pop, although criticized, he still has pop. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's the one you don't see that hurts you.
Yeah, but Conwell showed he had
Oh,
a
he
chin
does.
though in
He
that
has a
fight.
chin.
Yeah,
Cause
That's
cause Perez hit him with
that's why.
Perez hit him with a
That's
lot of
why
it.
shots.
I
That
said
fight.
that's why I
That fight.
said it's the punch that you don't see. It's gonna have to be one of those because
Perez
he's
was
got a
winning
chin.
because he was always first, like throwing the punches. He was always first. You know what I mean? And that favored him in the judges' eyes. Um,
So here's a question for like a question for Conwell if he was to like he looked like after either I if I remember correctly, fifth or sixth round, he looked like he started slowing down
yes,
tremendously. So the question is, do you think that conditioning had a part to do with it? Do you think that um the other thing, I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, maybe you can go back to it, Edwin. I want you to take a look at Conwell's gloves. They look like they were bigger than Espinoza's. And I'm not saying that's an excuse or anything like that, but you know, sometimes boxers will request if it's an 8 ounce glove, they'll request, hey, I want to fight him with 10 ounce gloves
No,
or
okay, okay,
whatever
okay,
their
okay, okay,
request
okay.
is.
There's a I believe it's 147 shit. Damn it. Um there's the division that I think it's 147 if I'm not mistaken, or 140. Where that it's illegal to wear or you have the option for 10 and 8. It's the only division you could do that in. After 154 like up must be 10 ounces. They have to be. You can't wear 8. That's against the law. Now, what you're talking about is they're both their size were the same ounces, but there's different
Okay.
glove makers. Makers like Tank Davis goes with the wide base so that you can block shots better. And other fighters want to get in small areas, so they go with a more round style thing. But they both weigh the exact same ounces.
That makes sense.
Right.
That makes
But
sense.
the thing is the maker in the glove. You
yeah,
can get Everlast or you can get,
winning.
winning or
Rival.
yeah, right. And then when you're trying on the glove, it really caters to the fighter. What like when Javante wanted to go in Frank Martin, he looked like he had huge gloves on because he knew he was going to stay in the high guard, and tonight was going to be a more blocking until he got his shot off. So he wanted big pads to make the entrance that much more intimidating to get in. And then the slick fighters want those nice little round ones so you can slip them right in between, ding, ding, like that. But you won't be able to block as much. So it's up to the which style you like. Yeah.
Going back to the Conwell. I was,
Mhm.
like I wanted to see, I wanted to see a next Cleveland world champion. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that's my city. You know what I mean? But
I
we got
think
Dula
Abdullah Mason
Mason.
is going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Abdullah
Abdullah's
for
going to
Now,
do
sure.
that for you guys.
but like Twitter, man, Twitter's about to go. Twitter is going crazy because Najee, Cigar Talk, he said that he was boasting up Conwell before the fight, and then when he lost, now everybody's on his ass
Yeah.
because
Yeah. Yeah.
because it's a competition. People got like we got all of us we got some desires to be the next great 154 fighter, right? But most people got Virgil Ortiz. You know what I mean?
Mhm. And
And most
Carlos
people
got
got
and Carlos got Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
yeah, right.
he's from Cleveland. You gotta claim him, and your name starts with
Man,
a C. You're all
man,
in. You're all in, Carlos.
he
Yeah.
was in the man. Where you from? He was at the suburbs. He was never in the
Oh shit, he's
where I'm
denying
at.
Jake Paul. Yo, nah,
It's
nah,
like
nah,
it's like
Carlos.
you
I'm
it's
just
like
fucking
you
with you.
claiming him from El Dorado de Puerto Rico. Man, vete pa'l carajo, man. That'd be way. Hey,
Ah,
Puerto Rican. That's
no, no.
another thing.
Who said
El
that?
gallo de
Oh, yo, who
Dorado.
said that the other day that Jake Paul was Puerto Rican now? I was crying. Yo, I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. But
No, I think
uh,
it was on another podcast. They were talking about Jake Paul being the face of
Oh
Puerto Rico,
yes, yeah, that's what the
and
conversation was.
and where that conversation led to was he's the face of women
In
boxing
Puerto Rico.
in Puerto Rico, which is true
Yeah,
though,
yeah, yeah,
which is true because he's supporting the
yeah,
women brand. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? You know, he got Crystal Rosado signed to Amanda, which in theory is still signed to
So
MVP. So
dime. What do you guys think también of this David Morrell fight? We haven't talked much about it.
Oh,
Morel's got it in hard.
Huh?
I don't know if you've seen his
Oh yeah.
opponent.
We know who his opponent is.
He's 10-0 with 9 knockouts. Not a lot of fights, but Morel don't have a lot of
This
fights
is
either.
perfect. What do you think?
Perfect. So I got
You got
Morel.
Morrell on the fight, huh?
And only reason why is because Morel is a slick. He's got that Cuban style fighting with power though. With
Okay.
power.
man, what is his
Um,
name? Of the dude that he's gonna fight.
bro, if you can say it, I'll give you money because I can't even pronounce it.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I
Right
guess,
there on the screen.
Uh, yeah, I don't know where else, man. The light. Hold up.
But yeah, the light.
What the fuck? The
oh,
alphabet.
exactly,
Uh
exactly.
uh
So I can say his first name, Imam
Iman
Kataev. I want to say it's Imam Kataev.
Kataev. Iman Kataev.
Kataev.
Kataev. Allah.
Anyways, I so good fighter, but I mean good record, I should say. But I don't think he's got what it takes to beat Morel. Just my opinion.
I'm gonna
I'm gonna.
say this is gonna be the upset of the night. This ain't amateur boxing. If we were talking about amateur boxing fighting for a gold medal, I'll go with the Cuban. But we're talking pro boxing. And Morel, he got some pro,
Damn.
he got a pro style game. But you know what? I like upsets. I like upsets. I like an underdog story. I like a guy to rise from the ashes. You know what? I'm going against Morel. Morel's
Damn,
getting
we're not.
hurt.
We're not gonna support our neighbor,
Our
Lati-
Cuban, our
Latino
our
Cuban,
neighbor.
our
our
Cuban brother.
brethren. Yeah.
I'm all out of support. I gave all the support I needed to my Latin brothers. You know, I gave some to the Dominicans already. I'm all out of support. I'm done with the support right now. I passed out too much support. I'm all, yeah, I'm all done. Yeah, I'm going for an upset. Let's go.
Damn, bro. What
What are
is
you going for, Carlos?
what?
You know
Uh,
what's funny though? I could see it. I could see it. I could see the upset.
Mm,
But I just think that Cuban style of slickness that Morel has,
huh?
I think
I
he could pull it off. I think he could pull it
look.
off.
Honestly, you know, I just like to spice things up this morning right here because I see I've been being real honest and everything, and sometimes I got that wild little pick. Truthfully, I like Morale in the fight, but I'm gonna bet against him right now, right? Because, um, look, it's just something in my gut when I see some fights, and I'm not gonna toot my own horn here. I am the Notre Dame's world champion, so I could call these fights. But
No, hey, you're not
I
the champion. You're the
I'm the
champion.
champion. Okay, now the thing is, I picked against Conwell to lose that fight.
You did.
Okay,
You did.
so I saw something in the guy, and I said, you know what? I don't think this is gonna happen. The same thing about this Morale fight. Something in the back of my mind, bro, is telling me that you guys. That's one of these times they went into that Tijuana bar type shit. Said, yeah, let's get our cherry pick, and they picked up a monster. Ah, right? We know those guys,
It-
and this, just like when Jerron Buchanan fought against Karen, kind of Chunian. They thought Jerron Buchanan was gonna wipe that dude down. Did that dude show up the first fight and surprise the entire world and make Jerron Buchanan look average? You know, there's those kind of fights. I believe David Morrell has all the ability, all the skill to win this fight. Hands down, he should be the favorite. Hands down, he should take care of business, and he actually should put this guy away for the first time and introduce him to the losing column.
Right,
Yes,
right now, I'm looking at the Iman Katayev, and his record is 10-9 and zero defeats, zero draws.
he didn't knock
Uh,
out one guy. One guy he
and
didn't knock out.
shit, I got
Yep. And you know who that guy
Who?
was? His last fight, Durvar Elias
yes.
Palacio, who was 14-3.
Mm,
Um, I got
better.
David Morrell. I got David Morrell
Okay.
just for the fact that he's taller, he has more reach. Katayev got like he's 5'10" and a half. Still gotta see him how he fights. He probably fights more like in the inside or something like that. But like David Morrell, you went 12 with David Benavidez, bro. You know what I mean? That's how I'm seeing it coming
And
in.
do
You know what
do
I mean?
you think if David Morrell leaves this fight, it really leaves him in a bad place? He really goes down the way.
If he
Yeah,
loses, if he loses, people will say yes that don't follow boxing. And here's why. I never heard of Imam Karayev.
right,
It doesn't just because I haven't heard of him, it doesn't mean he's not a good
right,
boxer. You know
right.
what I'm saying? Now, they're pretty even because what Morrell has 12 fights. He's 11 and
Yeah,
1 now. This dude's got
10
10
and
and
9.
9. So I mean, 10 wins, 9 knockouts. Morrell has 11 wins with what, 8 knockouts or something like
Mhm.
that. One
How many
loss.
rounds this fight's gonna be? If I can, if y'all know. Well,
12.
No
uh,
way. It has to be a 10 round. Is it gonna be a 12?
Nah,
I
10
think it's a
rounder.
10.
Nah,
10
10
rounder.
Yeah.
rounders.
Oh,
10
I'm just
rounder.
saying, biggest.
Berlanga's gonna be a 10 rounder as well. And
Shakur
then
and Matias is a
Matias,
12. Those are for belts.
those are 12. And if they throw Oscar
Gotta
Collazo
be a
in the
12.
mix, that'll be a 12-round
Well,
fight.
it's actually gonna be a 3-round fight because Goyaso's gonna knock him out in the third and take that belt and walk off, and we're gonna have a party. All right, that's what's gonna happen.
Are,
All
are,
right,
are you giving your
yeah,
Nostradamus pick
early,
early? Or
early. It's
is that subject to
not
change?
changing. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. Goyaso's gonna knock him out in the third, and we're gonna walk off with 3 belts. That's how it's going down. All
Y'all
right.
seen that? Y'all seen that Gabriel Rosado interview saying
With
that
who?
with O-
With Oscar
With
Collazo.
Oscar Collazo saying like a
No, I didn't.
fight a fight in the future with Bam Bam Rodriguez at 112 pounds. I'm like, I don't know if I like that fight for real.
No, 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 no. Edwin, remember we talked about this
Yeah,
before behind the
yeah.
scenes? So in if you watch that interview again, Oscar Collazo made it very, very clear. He would love to fight Bam Bam if it happened. The problem is the weight classes are so much different. By the time he moves up to that weight class that Bam Bam is in, Bam Bam will already be out of the
Yeah,
division.
true.
So he said it. Would it be a mega fight? Absolutely. Mexico versus Puerto Rico, 100%.
Yeah, Bam's
But
115.
it's not
Well, Bam's
realistic.
115, right? No,
118.
Junto's at 118.
He's 115.
Bam's at 115. Junto's at 118 and Aoya's at 122. And Oscar Collazo's at 105.
Oh yeah, he is.
He's too far
Yeah.
down. He he he's legitimately 10 pounds
Three
down
win-
from fucking this. Nah, I don't want to see that. I
No,
just
he's not gonna
leave
kill himself.
Collazo where he is. And come on, baby. Let's just be, you can do it, bro. You can be the first Puerto Rican undisputed champion, bro. And I think I mean, he's got to start right now. He got them 3 belts. He's got the 2 in the ring. So I'm like excited. But once he gets that third homeboy, it's gonna start to look like more of a reality. And before I die, I want to see that. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Puerto Rican become undisputed. I really do.
Yeah, and let's be honest, like Jesse Batman Rodriguez, his last fight in 112 pounds with Sonny Edwards, I doubt he's gonna kill himself to make that weight again.
Yeah. His last fight wasn't with Sonny Edwards. It was against the former champion there. What's his name? He knocked him out. Bam Bam got dropped in that fight.
You mean Estrada?
Estrada, yeah. When Bam Bam fought Estrada was his last fight.
Yeah, but
And
that was on, was that on 112 or 115?
that was at 115, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
115. He
that's
won.
why I said, and
Yeah,
Sonny Edwards was at 112. That's why I said
yeah,
Sonny.
yeah. And then he moved up.
Then he moved up and
Yep,
knocked out the champion.
yep, yep. But now I want Bam to fight more younger, hungry lions like himself in the division. I want to see him really prove, he's beat the old legends and he beat them convincingly. And, they wanted to, like these chocolate Tito type fights. And I understood all that. I understood all of that. When it comes down to legacy and these guys all, you know, going down and saying who was the best in the flyweights and these little weights when we look back. And I think that that's what he was trying to prove. But enough with that shit. I think that Bam Bam really
Yeah.
needs to like now fight like
Now
the young top guys in the
let
division.
me let me ask you a question, round one.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Whoever wins this Junto Nakatani and Inoue fight in the future, are they
Oh,
gonna fight against Bam Bam Rodriguez?
no, that fight will never happen. Bam Bam Rodriguez is in the same place Collazo is when it comes to those type men. Bam Bam Rodriguez is not a big dude. He's little. He's like fucking what, 5'3", 5'4", some shit like that, right? He's not that big. And then Junto is 5'9". He's tall for a Japanese dude. Naoya Inoue is 5'5". But now Naoya Inoue is playing in, the 126, planning to go up. So if they were to fight Junto and Naoya Inoue, Junto's gonna have to move to 126. I don't think Naoya Inoue cuts back down. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. And he can do that. But Bam would have to move up 3 weight divisions from 115 to 122 to try to make that a reality. And I don't think those fights are ever going to happen. I think that the more logical of the scenarios, Junto versus Bam Bam Rodriguez, and Bam Bam Rodriguez gets stopped against Junto.
Oh man, at 118?
Yeah, because I think Junto's too much power. Bam Bam Rodriguez got these fucking angles and footwork.
Man,
He's
Bam
got
got skills.
Bam Bam got superior angle cutting footwork, and that uppercut is so slick on the inside.
Don't
Pro-
forget, he's been dropped before.
Yeah,
problem
that's
is,
true. Yeah, that's
problem
true.
is, problem is, Junto's jaw is about 4 inches taller than where normally the target is for his slick style. It would have to be somewhere up here,
He'll have to hit him with all you can.
some shit like that. And the thing is that Junto fights good, tall, long. He can keep you at the end of his punches. He really understands it. And the way Junto's cracking for his superior fighter that Bam is, you get hit by a big puncher like Junto for enough rounds, I don't think your skill's gonna matter. Just ask Navarrete and fucking uh 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 fucking what is his name? Oscar Valdez.
Yeah.
Oscar Valdez with the more superior boxer out of the two. A lot of great Mexicans even had Valdez winning that fight. Navarrete just punched too strong. That boxing shit went out the window. He had too much
Nakatani or
height.
Inoue? Who you got? I'm putting you on the spot right now, live on Round One Sports Talk.
Naoya Inoue knocks out Junto Nakatoni at some point in the fight.
Knockout?
Knock out. Out.
Knockout?
Out cold.
You don't think,
No,
bro? You don't think Nakatani is
Junto.
gonna be the first
Nope.
in a while
Nope.
that
Nope.
he
Nope.
survives?
Nope, 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 nope. I'll stand on it. I'll go to my grave, and when I see the fight, I'm gonna say, "I told you so."
You know what? I'll
100%.
bet.
You know why? You want to know why?
Why?
Junto doesn't bring, and stay with me after I say this, because I'm gonna clear it up. Junto doesn't bring nothing to the table that Naoya Inoue hasn't fought against at a more superior level. And I'm gonna tell you why. What Junto is fucking good as a fighter. And because of the fact that he's really good and he boxes, that's gonna be his downfall. He doesn't have anything awkward. He's gonna fundamentally fight straight shots, good overhand shots. He's gonna try to pull that pressure. Every tall fighter Naoya Inoue fought, he's knocked out. And if you're thinking that he hasn't fought a fighter such as Junto Nakatoni, I would say you were a liar because I saw him fight Ryu Aguchi. The same height as Junto, same style, just as hard puncher, was a phenomenon, is a world champion, Ryaguchi. He looked just like Junto. Naoya Inoue beat the brakes off that man at a young age. Naoya Inoue has developed such as a fighter that on the night that they face, the world is going to really firsthand, they should anyway, find out. Soon as Junto and Naoya Inoue enter the ring, they're going to find out there's levels to this. And the reason why Junto looked like that against those guys, those dudes weren't Naoya Inoue. He's not going to
That's
look
true.
nothing like it.
But like Atani can drop in a way though.
He's got to hit him.
Okay.
There
What
he hit
good,
him.
what good is all that
Nettie hit in a way.
nice slick punch? He got that one off. He showed the world. Good luck. You're not going to hit him with that punch again.
So you're saying Nakatani can't do that?
Nah.
Right now Nakatani about to unify with Ryosuke Nishida.
Yep. He's about to unify, and he is a 3-division champ. Ain't nothing Naoya Inoue and ain't ever done better.
Carlos, why you bring that up for, bro?
It's just listen,
You can't say nothing about Inoue on this channel.
listen.
We will talk about the lower weight class, and
Okay.
I'm like Elvis. I fell in a trap. You know what I mean?
Edwin
Listen.
is Japarican. It's been
Listen.
stamped and it's official.
Okay, look. Yesterday the Japanese people claimed me. Okay, I'm officially Japarican now. So, but listen. I'm not all high up on this guy because I'm fucking blind or I'm just some crazed fan. No, I have a great eye for combat fighting, and I really stand by my eye. I've seen a lot of different styles, thousands of knockouts. I'm a pretty decent fighter myself. Um, and when I see Naoya Inoue, I gotta truly say to myself, without being like a fantasy fucking Superman video game player in our heads, we were talking just real human behavior and movement. I gotta admit, when I look at Naoya Inoue, what style, what fighter are you putting up against them? Who are you saying is better, faster, slicker, got a better jab in the division, shows great power, great form, great technique, good footwork, good placement, accurate punching, good eye-to-eye coordination? He is truly the complete package. I'm I'm just, as a
You know,
boxing fan, I'm just like, wow, man, I
Yeah, I
have to
understand.
admit, this guy is pretty fucking good. And I don't see that in other fighters. Can he be beat? Yeah. Any fighter can be beat. Fucking Luis Nari was this fucking close, man. He really was. But once he let him off the hook, man, and I'm fair. When Luis knocked him out, I was yelling, Luis, don't let him off the hook. It's not like I'm 100% biased with Naoya Inoue, and I'm just like, always no. I was saying it into the screen. Go back and watch my footage. I was like, yo, little Mexican dude, if you want, this is your moment. Unload. Just let it all go
Yeah, I
right.
remember that.
I said, just let it go right now. To take him out now.
yeah, but you know
Because
why he didn't do that? Because he knows Inoue was still dangerous.
I know, but they just goes to show you it's not. You guys think like, nah, I backed the dude up, yes, but I am fair. I'm just a warrior. I'm just that's what I am. And if Naoya Inoue falls, he falls. It's not gonna crush me as like I'm not a fucking that kind of fan where I
Except
got
with
the mother.
Conwell, you was a little harsh with Conwell.
No, but you know what? Okay.
Hey
Yo,
yo,
man, I think I was a little harsh on Tio and Richard Hitchison earlier with their two skirts. I think I was hard on them dudes than I am on them. All right. So
well, the whole T.O. and yo, I don't see how you got T.O. beating Barbosa, bro.
how you think
You
Barbosa's
got
gonna beat
I
Tio?
Barbosa.
I got
You got
Barbosa.
Barbosa. You
I got
got.
Barbosa. I'm gonna tell you
Carlos,
I
why.
think. Hey,
Carlos, high five, Carlos. Carlos, high five. Come on.
I'm gonna
high
tell you
five.
why.
Barbosa ni
Hey,
Barbosa.
hey,
Este tipo
hey,
está
Bro,
Frontline,
loco.
it's because you hate Tio. Let's be honest. It's more of
no, no,
the
no,
hatred.
no. So here's the deal. No, here's the deal. I'm gonna be honest with you. Before the antics that T.O. said about Puerto Rico, I used to like T.O. because I like the entertaining part of the sport. Now, that being said, after after that, who he fought? He fought Jermaine Ortiz. Jermaine Ortiz put that work in my opinion. Now, mind you, it's my opinion. Sandor Martin put that work in. Who else? I mean,
Um.
at 40, he hasn't been dropped yet. I mean, he hasn't dropped anybody yet. Besides
Yeah.
Campos, his
Yeah.
first fight at 40. And you saw what Ojo Santiago did to Campos. Second round knockout. Now, that being said, at 35, 100% Tio wins. Tio had pop at 35. Tio had movement at 35. At 40, he's got nothing for those people. Nothing. So, that being said, Barbosa, he's already been tested. He's got a chin. Barbosa is a Mexican Devin Haney. He ain't got a lot of pop, but he's got boxing skills. And I think he would work Tio the whole fight, just like Cambosos did to him at 35. That's
Oh,
just my opinion.
okay. Hold on. All right. Let get Carlos in a few words. Carlos, round one, the front line just went right there. He gave his assessment on why Barboza was going to hear. Let's hear your reason. Your time starts now. Let's hear what you got.
Hey,
Yeah.
Carlos, but if it's inconvenient at the moment, I understand.
No, it's not going to be an inconvenience. Carlos is going to let you know right now. Carlos sees you right now. Carlos, let him know, Carlos. Let him know.
Yeah.
What's up?
Simply to me, Barbosa is just boring to me. That's
Mm.
just me watching him every fight that he fights, and he had like two split decision wins. Like he's been in some close fights too, and that one fight that he fought against an Irish dude, he didn't look good. And that Barbosa is slower than Tio, bro. Tio slept. If Tio was quicker, man, like I don't know. If Tio loses to Barbosa, like Kaito, like Kaila movie, like Kaito, ¿me entiende? But I don't know. I got Tio. You know what I
That's
mean? I
just
don't.
it.
Okay.
Tio
Okay.
got la película that nobody wants to see. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So, wait a minute. So, Tio's making a movie that the monster, Clarissa Shields, is chasing him
Oh, sure.
and he's got to get away from what's the movie you said? Frontline?
No,
Clarissa.
he's
Wait,
it's
wait,
not
wait, wait, wait.
Clarissa. You got it mixed up. It's the monster in that movie is Subriel.
And then,
And then he runs from Subriel, but he hides out at Hitchens' house.
okay, and then Hitchens' girlfriend is Tarver with a wig.
There
Oh
you go.
man.
Okay.
I
And
was gonna
then
ask you.
and then in the front yard they got a BLM flag.
You crazy. You crazy.
I was gonna
Yeah.
ask y'all about
What?
Subrel. Um, what y'all think about Subrel moving up at 147?
No, it's not gonna happen. I don't want
He,
it.
he's thinking he said that he might.
And 2026, he said about it.
Yeah, he said he might, but with the way shit is going right now,
Listen,
Him getting that
guys.
chance
Oh,
at the
whoa, whoa, whoa,
WBC.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's whoa. Let's go backwards. Okay. The only reason why Subriel hinted on in that interview, because I saw the interview, I know what you guys are talking about, right? The only reason why he hinted to that was because he felt that the guys weren't going to give him a shot at a belt. The fact that Puello's already gave him a shot is going to keep him at 140. I'm letting you know.
Yeah.
Now, if the money fight comes, let's say he has some belts as leverage in 140, and let's say one of these motherfuckers gets stupid, right? And says, I want to, which is never going to happen. Because tell me, what fighter calls out Subriel? Who the fuck calls him out?
The
You
only
don't,
one I can honestly say that literally said that he'll fight him is
who?
Gary Antoine Russell.
No, that's not an official call out because at the
No,
time you were
it's
nobody.
right, right.
So it's not an official call out. That's just like saying Tio said it. Fucking Elvis Rodriguez said it. Fucking, you know what I'm saying? All them,
Michel
Hitchens,
Rivera.
yeah, but them
Hitchens is
guys
starting to
won't
say
fight him. Those guys won't fight him, and we know that's clout.
No,
You know,
Carlos Hitchens
it.
will not mention Matias' name because when the reporter asked him in that video, he said, "Who you talking about, Tio?"
yo, you say
But he said
Matias?
he said that he said that when he said, yeah, even Subriel. But first, I got to unify first. Man, get out of
No,
here,
no, no,
okay,
no,
my
no, no,
man.
no, no, no. Listen. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. If you was to see Richard Hitchison walking down the street, you were to walk up to him and say, "Yo, Richard Hitchison, Subriel Matias." He's gonna say, "What the fuck you say about my mother? Huh? Why you talking about my wife like that?" He's gonna switch it up to everything else but Subriel. Okay, he's gonna make it something else because he doesn't look. It's just it's it's clear as day. He doesn't want to fight him.
The only
He's
thing I see happening here,
avoiding him. He does not want it, bro.
the only time I see Hitchens, Tio, and the rest of them actually wanting to fight Subriel is when he turns like 38, 40.
Some shit like that, yeah.
They're gonna wait to age him out,
It'll be some. Yeah, you're right. It'll be some shit
and
like
then they'll
that.
be like, "Oh, what's up, Matias? Oh, Matias don't want to fight.
Yeah,
My hand hurt. My hand."
yeah.
Have you
But
noticed have you noticed the ones that been talking shit to Subriel have been losing lately? Elvis Rodriguez lost against Adolfo.
Yeah,
I had Adolfo in that fight, right? Front line.
yeah. Lindolfo,
Ye-
he put up a superior match. Don't get me wrong, Elvis had
Moments in the
his
fight.
moments, but when he needed to apply pressure and step on the
Nah,
gas, that's where he
Lindo-
failed.
Adolfo was smarter though in the ring, and
Yeah.
you could see it. In that fight, he was a much efficient fighter. He put his punches together against Elvis much more efficient, and he was trying to set things up. It looked like Elvis was just keeping the pace,
Yep.
just throwing the punches. But Lindolfo was much more calculated in the fight. He had a better approach.
Yeah, he gave him two black eyes to
That's
Elvis.
boxing, and he had a plan, and he trained for certain sequences and events and shit like that. And his approach was better than Elvis's approach to the fight, bro. So much smarter fighter. And that's why I had him in the fight. And I was like, but Elvis wouldn't step in the ring with fucking Subriel, bro. That's a fucking lie, bro. Elvis can go talk all that shit he wants. He'll get hurt. And Subriel will make him no mas. And the funny thing, it'll be like no mas in 30 seconds. And he's like, hold up, do I get the option to quit now?
Now asking y'all two why people are I'm seeing people being nervous in the sense like that this is not a winnable fight for Subriel against Puello. I feel like people forgot that he
Oh my God.
used to beat softballs and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you know what? There's this okay, why let me tell you exactly what happened. Subriel lost.
Yeah.
He lost to Liam Paro, an Australian, right? Lighter than me. Okay. And it kind of took away, in a sense, that cloak of invincibility, that boogeyman allure that Subriel had. But they beat him, but when he beat him, the entire division was like, whew, right? They wanted to talk shit, but just like everybody, just like you, just like me, it's like you're talking shit, but you're looking around for the boogeyman. Like, is it okay? Is he around
And
here? Like,
and
like,
not
like,
to
like, like.
mention, every fighter that Subriel has fought has not been the same after
Exactly.
Right,
that
right.
loss.
So,
Yup.
so.
Look at Malik Hawkins.
Okay. Oh, he's gone. That's who I was thinking about. So anyway, you see what
If you
what
read the
happened?
chat, it was in the chat. I put it in the chat when you asked.
You probably didn't. I was probably went rambling, didn't even see it. So Malik. So anyway, Subriel's instability in.
Super chat, Mr. Miyagi.
No, he's not in the building. I don't even got the chats up. I'm not even seeing him. My man, listen, Mr. Miyagi. But
Salute, Mr.
his
Miyagi.
what's it say? Hit that up right there, real front line,
Salute,
real quick. Yep.
salute round one and everyone in the chat. I'm excited for this July 12th card if it comes to pass. Good to see Matias going for another belt and Shiraz getting put in a test at 68 to try and get a Canelo fight.
Well, we'll find out if She Ross is really hyped up or
I
you know what I'm saying because I think he's a well.
got the bed sheets. I got the pillows ready. The
Oh,
I'm
get him
nice.
sorry.
ready, get him ready, get him ready. He's going to sleep, sleep.
He's getting tucked in early.
I'm sorry, but if Carlos Adames was putting that work against Shiraz and he's like what 5'9" 5'10" at the most.
Yeah,
Imagine
Belanga's gonna
Berlanga
wipe him.
Hey yo, hey yo,
igual
hey yo.
igual de grande como tú, pero like with more power. Then it's like
Yeah,
man, he's just
front
gonna
line.
fuck him up.
Bring the
Yeah.
melatonin because
Yo,
someone's going to
eh,
sleep.
we don't need no melatonin. Those are gonna be in Belanga's gloves right there.
That's what it's going to be. You're going to put him
Yeah.
in Berlang gloves and he's going to put him to
Hey
sleep.
yo, so
But
here's the question that I have for the Shiraz fans. Do you think it's a good look to go up from 160 to 168 in your first test? It's against Berlanga, who went, by the way, 12 rounds with Canelo, whether he won or lost, or however people look at it, he lost, but he put on a spectacular event against Canelo and he went 12 rounds moving forward.
Hey yo, before you see how Frontline's talking right there for Berlanga, all that real positive and
Yo, hold on,
forcing.
I gotta talk low, but that's because my wife is here.
No, it's because she got a gun in the back of your head right now. And she's like, talk about Berlanga right now. And he's like, yo, Berlanga, this is shit. And right. So listen, um, I can speak freely right now, right? And I'm just
No,
gonna
now
say,
she's listening. She's about to talk.
I'm gonna say this right now, right? That's not a good move for Shiraz. Shiraz going up a weight division and fighting just because you think he's tall and a little lengthy. They're gonna say that his problem was because he didn't beat Carlos Adames is because he was weight trained. No, it's
Mhm.
because he's not that skilled. He doesn't have that skill that you guys are hyping him up to be. And I'm gonna tell you right now, what Carlos Adames did not expose, he didn't have a real good inside left check hook to catch up to. He was throwing it, but he was missing him. I'm gonna tell you right now, Berlanga catches him just one time
And I gotta be honest here.
on that chin. I'm telling you, he's gonna
I
hurt him.
I gotta be honest. La gente está equivocado because a lot of people mention Caleb Plant and then Jamal Charlo, but look who they fighting. Like, let's be honest, this is a way better fight that them two is fighting,
Oh
in my
yeah,
opinion.
oh yeah.
Shiraz will either sink or swim. I'm excited, says Mr. Miyagi.
I got it up on the screen. That comment. That's what's exciting about boxing, Mr. Miyagi, is that right there. Now, if he wants to catapult himself in a different weight division or also get a good name, Berlanga, the point that Frontline brought up, he did go and competed with one of the biggest superstars we have in boxing, which is Saul Canelo Alvarez. So in the boxing world, Edgar Berlanga's name is up there. It's floating around up there. Now, Hamza Shirazi here, if coming off that draw, which we believe it really showed he's a protected fighter. He's Turkey's fighter. bro, he lost that fight. He should be defeated right now. So what I think, um, they gave the task to Berlanga to expose him. So Berlanga was hired as a hitman to really expose these kind of dudes. That's his job. You
Shout
might as
out to
well
Ryan
call
Fraser, boxing talk up north. Salute.
Salute.
you might as well call Berlanga Agent 46, 47, Agent 47.
47, 47.
Yeah, might as well just call him Agent 47 because he's been tasked, and it's up to him to come up and, show the world that no, you're not coming up to this division, gonna get a win off my name. Not after I secure the freaking Saul Canelo Alvarez fight, and I want this Caleb Plant fight in the future.
Yeah,
So
this is
Edgar,
a ain't this a WBC eliminator, something like that?
I don't know. I don't that I have to see. That
But is Berlanga signed to anybody, or he's still a free agent?
I think he's still working with Ed Hearn and Matchroom.
He a free agent.
He might be a free agent, but what did Ed Hearn and him started saying at the end of the fight on the post? They were talking like they were buddy
Well,
buddy.
they said possible. Hopefully we could work in the future again. That's what
Right,
Eddie Hearn said.
right.
And I don't know. I mean, is it a good thing for Belanga? Absolutely. It's just everybody knows in the industry Ed Hearn is a fucking snake. He don't give a fuck about his people. He just cares about the bottom line. You know what I mean?
Well, and to be fair, none of these promoters really care about these dudes at the bottom. It's a business. It's a dollar sign for them, and fighters come and go. Fighters come and go, and sometimes you pick up fighters and you use them for certain things. You know what I'm saying? Just like Ed Hearn is picking up, um, George Camboza's here, and he's feeding him to his fighter Richard Hitchison.
Nasty work.
It's nasty work, and he's going to he sold out Subiel, and he's going to sell out Richard Hitchison at the right time, but he will help his fighter too. Ed Hearn is just and then he's got Jerron Butenis, and he's bringing Jerron Butenis along here. So I don't think it's a case where he doesn't like all his fighters, because fighters like Connor Ben on his side of the world, he loves those guys, and he's given a lot of those guys like AJ. Ed Hearn loved AJ, and he moved mountains for AJ. So I can't say he's an asshole to all his fighters. No,
But
but
that's the England fighters,
yeah, I know that. I
the
know that. But
UK fighters. You
yeah,
don't do that for the American fighters.
no, he sacrifices those dudes.
Exactly.
Nah, he puts those guys up to pasture real
Yo, and
fast.
Ryan just said, "Nah, Edwin, Turk isn't sending a hit on his own guy, Shiraz."
No, 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 no. The hit is not sent in from Turkey. The hit sent in from the Puerto Ricans,
Yeah.
from us. Berlanga's Puerto Rican. Nah, you took that wrong way, brother. We're sending the hit. Puerto Rico. Fuck Turkey. That's his guy. Yeah.
We setting them up.
We hitting it. Yeah. Like what? No, I'm not talking for Turkey. That's Shari's guy. Fuck him.
Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I'm just happy that finally the Turkey's showing Puerto Rico some love with this card, bro. I
Yo,
feel
but
like,
you know what though?
Yeah.
Carlos and Edwin
Yeah.
on some real shit. Turkey.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I could trust. Yeah, he right. He right. Turkey's using us. But you
Yep.
gotta understand, bro, who sells?
Right.
And New
It
York.
Latino
is a
Latino
business.
Latino fighters. That's why he's got the Dominicans, because the Dominican crowd in New York is bananas. Puerto
Oh
Rican
yeah.
crowd, bananas. The Morenos, the black crowd, bananas. All in New York. They got Shakur. They got the Mexicans. They got
The Cuban.
the Cubans. Now, after now that Ryan brought that up right now, he said the most winnable name at 68 to get Shiraz in the Canelo fight. Now, that being said, do you honestly think Shiraz has a chance with Belanga? Absolutely not. Like Edwin said earlier, Shiraz is a hype job. He's been a hype job from day one.
He's a hype job. Shiraz is a
We
hype
we
job.
can't co- I'm
Look,
sorry
I
to
knew.
say.
Hey, Mexican boxing number one. I knew he was gonna come in here with that shit.
What do you
I
do?
knew it. Yo, I love that dude.
Yeah.
I love that dude, yo, because every boxing channel and every live event from Pro Box to fucking top rank undercard prelims, yo, he's in there talking hella shit. I love it.
Yo, listen, and I had Perez in the fight. So you hop on board, baby.
But
Yo,
no, seriously though,
yeah,
if Belanga beats Shiraz, the boxing world is gonna say Shiraz was a nobody anyways. You know what I'm saying?
that's what's gonna happen.
If he loses, Shakur's next as boxing Mexican boxing number one.
Yeah.
Like
Go ahead. Keep
the
going, keep going.
disrespect for
But
Berlanga is like sorry to cut you off. It's like
no, you're good.
Berlanga's not Ammo Williams. Like I don't know what people are. I don't know. La gente está dormido. People are really falling
So
asleep.
so here's my thing. They talk shit about Belanga when he fought Mantequilla. Oh, Mantequilla was a nobody. Um, what's Belanga's best win? Shit, he's got a couple. I
No,
mean,
whoa. He ain't got that many best wins.
no, he don't have a lot, but
But who's Hamza Shiraz best win?
Ammo Williams.
So I guess we even.
Yeah, this is
All right
even.
then. All right then. So we got ourselves a fight. Who the fuck Hamza beat?
He didn't beat
Nobody.
no Carlos Adames. He ain't
He
beat
didn't
my
beat no.
Dominican brethren.
No, he didn't beat them. So we good. We good. We confident.
hey,
We confident.
I just gotta say something to Mexican boxing. I personally, I got Cepeda in this fight. I do over Shakur, but the only reason why I got Cepeda over Shakur is because of Shakur's hand injury. That's the only reason why.
Mm.
If Shakur is at 100%, I got Shakur beating Cepeda hands down. If Shakur enters that ring at 100% with his hands, he's beating Cepeda hands down. Cepeda's good. Cepeda's good. But look at what Tarver did to Cepeda. Even though he won, even though Cepeda won, Tarver made Cepeda look average.
Well,
I
Farmer.
mean, not Farmer.
Farmer, yeah.
It's that Edwin keeps talking about Tarver with a wig and
Da, da, da,
fucking.
da, da,
Oh
da, 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 da,
man.
da, da, da. Don't put me into it. When you mess up,
um,
when I mess up names, I take responsibility. Do the same, brother. All right. Try to use me as an scapegoat.
but no, I got Shakur winning that fight if he enters the ring at 100%. If he doesn't, I got Cepeda winning, and it won't be by a knockout. It'll be by UD.
Now, listen, if you're breaking down William Cepeda's record, right, he's 33 and 27. Out of 33 professional fights, he knocked out 27 fighters. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and say that Cepeda, see what what typically wilts down the American slick style of boxing is the Mexican pressure. It's a style that you really would you would have to pull off.
Edwin, I'm gonna stop you there because look at what happened between Shakur and Oscar Valdez. Valdez has that Mexican style pressure, and
But he was
Shakur
small.
walked all over it. So I get the point you're coming across, and like I said, Shakur with 100% entering that ring with his hand, he beats Cepeda.
I think
But
so.
I got Cepeda winning because we all know that his hand is not fully recovered.
That was my whole assessment in the beginning of this video when I broke down that
We
was the
know
very first rough fight, and I don't think that
Oh, here goes
it,
the excuses.
what happened? What happened?
Oscar's a midget.
Oscar's a midget. Stop it.
to be fair, William Cepeda is bigger than Oscar Valdez, and I think Cepeda is gonna have a lot more activity than Shakur. But I gotta agree with Frontline. It depends about those hands. If those hands 100%, I think I'll favor Shakur. But if they not, it can, the tides can turn.
The thing is that like I said this in the beginning of the video and everything, I don't think Zepeda's fast enough to catch up to Shakur.
No.
Shakur's feet, his movement, and his ability can evade a lot and give Zepeda a lot of frustration. Whether or not his fist hold up in the fight, that's going to be something I have to see. But if I had a hurt free Shakur Stevenson with two good hands, he whooped Cepeda's ass.
Yeah.
Hands down, he's going to whoop
Yep.
Cepeda's ass. Cepeda's not going to be able to catch up to him.
Yep.
But when I saw Shakur's hand leading into the Floyd Schofield fight, and I saw that
No,
huge
no
scar
fangirls here on
like that,
Conwell.
right? And I
No,
saw that
I
scar, I said to myself, damn, Shakur's hands don't look good, man. And I'm a little concerned and worried about his hands. But skill for skill, I like Zepeda as a skilled fighter, but I think that fighting a fighter like Shakur is a bad match for him. And then because Zepeda's pressure is not going to look like the Tevin Farmer fight. Because the one thing about Tevin Farmer fight, he couldn't move with Zepeda. Shakur can, and he could do that all night, and he could cut angles and pepper him. But once Zepeda finds out that Shakur's the one arm bandit, which that's what I think is going to happen,
Se jodió at that point.
se jodió, se
Yep.
jodió.
man, it's
So
gonna be exciting. I can't wait.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Especially on my
definitely gonna
month.
be a banger.
Especially in my month, my birthday month. Man, it's over, bro. I've been blessed.
Yeah.
So Mexican boxing says facts over fangirls. You guys were wrong about Charles. He's talking about Conwell.
Who was
And you
wrong?
still be
I
no.
had the
I
other
know you
guy.
had Perez winning. Yeah,
I
you
had
did.
Perez winning that fight. Yes.
Zepeda got win rounds early and just don't see it. Yeah, and that's Ryan's 100% right, dude. Shakur is one of the hardest boxers to actually land a punch on. Like he's got the fewest hits to a boxer. You know what I'm saying? Like landed punches on a boxer. Shakur's got, I think, that record. I think,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not mistaken. Cepeda's gonna be in for a long night. Again,
A
it
long
all
night.
depends on how
Yeah.
Shakur enters the ring with his hand.
Hands. His hands. Yep. Yep.
Bang bang boogie. Hit the like button.
Hit that real quick. Yo, but I'm telling you right now, man, these matches are interesting fights. They're good fights for us, man. This is a great card. In July, I'm not like I said, I believe it's July 12th, but
but
we're not sure on the location, the where. It's in New York somewhere. You know, they might fight in the Statue of Liberty. Who knows? I don't know.
but
Yo, Mr. Miyagi with the 10 piece. You know what I'm saying? Showing the support. Hey, yo, front line, do me a favor real quick. And
Cepeda's decent, but he doesn't seem to show enough punch variation to get through. He could have stopped Farmer in the second and first fights, but kept throwing the same 3-4 punch combos to stop him.
hmm,
mm,
And the Mexican boxing, I don't know why you guys say it's easy when it has been easy when you face an undefeated in his prime Mexican fighter. Wait, where the fuck it go? Because all these damn messages came. Oh, there. That's right.
that's
That's right. Never. Shakur just got to win 7. You speaking my language. Pitbull gave Tank a tough fight. Even Jake Paul had him winning. It was a close fight when Tank fangirls was saying he getting stopped. Same thing with Ryan versus Haney. And with Perez and Charles, same thing.
hmm.
So
ain't
I get where Mexican boxing is coming from, but with Tank and Pitbull, that was honestly, I would say that was Pitbull's best performance ever. Because after that, Pitbull has not looked the same at
Mhm,
all. I
he
mean,
mhm.
needs to
shit,
come down to 135.
if he wants to look spectacular again. Um,
Ain't Shakur's win against Padley has aged well. I think Padley won by a TKO win.
All right, check this out, right, guys? Um, when we're looking about attributes in a fight, skills, what the guy brings to the table in the William Zepeda Shakur Stevenson fight, you got William Zepeda. He's coming into that fight, right? He's 33 and 27. He's 5'9". He has a 69.5-inch arm reach. His KO percentage is 81%, right? Uh when you're looking over the fact that, like, size different, punching power, my man has an 81% knockout ratio, William Zepeda. And if you were to put that punching power against a fighter like Shakur Stevenson, right? Uh, where, like, who in that fight? Let's just start right here, real quick. Just both of you answer one thing. Who do you give the power side to, Zepeda or to Shakur?
The power,
Yeah,
Cepeda.
just the power.
Cepeda.
Okay, Carlos, who do you got?
Zepeda.
So you guys think that Zepeda is the more power puncher out of the two?
Yeah,
Okay,
way he hits harder than Shakur for
okay,
sure.
okay, okay. That's one on Zepeda's side. Who's faster? Who got more speed?
Shakur, hands down.
Shakur.
Carlos? Okay,
Shakur.
we got one with Shakur. Okay. Who's got the better footwork?
Shakur, hands
Shakur.
down.
Okay, two Shakur, one Zepeda. Okay. Who has ring generalship and the best ring IQ out of the two fighters?
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's two different things.
Okay, 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 okay. I'm going to ask you to answer them both. Ring generalship first.
Ring
Go for it.
generalship,
Yep.
I go with Cepeda.
Carlos?
Uh, uh, I'll go with Zepeda.
Okay. Okay.
Ring
Ring
IQ,
IQ.
I go with Shakur.
Carlos?
Yeah, I'll go with Shakur.
Okay. All right.
I was gonna ask you this though: who has a better chin?
Okay. Who has a better chin, Carlos?
Hmm.
It's hard to say.
None of them been
Zepeda
dropped.
got
No,
Zepeda got dropped by Farmer.
Yes.
Farmer dropped Cepeda.
Oh, yeah. It
But
has Shakur.
I don't think that was I don't think that was a chin shot though.
I think the real question here is, statistically, throughout their careers, who got hit the fewest?
hold on. Bang bang, we're gonna get to that next. I
Who
got
got
you.
hit? Who got hit the fewest?
Shakur.
Okay, then he's hard to hit.
Very hard to. That's what I'm saying.
So if you're giving Zepeda the power, I did all of this to say this. The It's not the power that's going to catch up to Shakur. You can't hit him with power punches. And if you're saying that he's the more faster, and you're saying that Zepeda isn't faster, right? And then the ring generalship, you gave it to Zepeda, but
Correct,
ring
because Cepeda
IQ,
comes forward
but you
and
bring
throws more
IQ,
punches.
and the ring IQ solves problems. Cepeda's the problem with that. He's going to be able to solve that. And I don't think that the fight's going to go exactly that way.
Now,
I think that Cepeda's going to have to surprise him, hit Shakur with that on in the body, and take away Shakur's legs. If he can take away Shakur's legs, push him up against the rope, sap some of that energy out of that young man,
hey, Mexican boxing,
slow
that's
him
what we're
down.
touching on. We're touching that he does have brittle hands. That's why we're saying that Cepeda may have a chance if Shakur comes in with a fucked up hand. But if Shakur comes in at 100%, it's over for Cepeda.
Yeah, I think so. But when that's my whole video. I don't think we got a healthy Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah,
And
that reaction with Padley when he punched Padley and he was like, "Oh fuck," you know what I mean? That
no,
gave me.
they know it. And then they see Shakur Stevenson has like this big mouth dude in his stable, and he let it out that ever since Shakur did that surgery, every sparring session, his hands are blowing up like this. So they have to wait some before he spars again, and they did it again, and his hand
So,
blew up again.
Edwin, from your sources, is it both his hands or just his power hand?
No, it's both.
Oof.
Oh,
That
It
So they
changes
that's the
everything.
that's the first thing I asked him. Is it one hand blowing up? And he said, "No, Edwin, it's both."
Oof.
they both blow up like a balloon.
Yes, they're blowing up now. I think his body. We see. No one knows when these things happen to you in your career. One of the things in boxing is chinny. Some guy can have an iron chin. Then all of a sudden, they knocked out. It just gives up. And sometimes throughout your career, your hands give up. And certain injuries, you're not able to do such things. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like I think Shakur has gotten to that point where that, yeah, like uh he's got problems. Hold up, guys. Hold up.
Yo, so yeah, dude, Shakur's footwork is superior to Cebeda's by
Yeah.
far.
Yo, front line, Carlos, do me a favor and take over the show for a little while. Talk to everybody, answer their questions. I gotta go downstairs real quick. All right,
Dale,
brothers?
dale.
I'll be right
Dale.
back.
You good?
So let me address something here. Oh, Ryan says I feel like Shakur has had these hand problems for a very long time, and it explains why he fights the way he does, which makes sense. Now, he didn't look too bad against his last fight, the electrician. Now, mind you, that was a late replacement because Schofield got sick. Regardless what people say, whether he got sick, it was an excuse to duck, whatever it is, doesn't matter. He pulled out, and that was his last replacement. So I don't know, bro. I think
Well, I
I think Shakur dances around Cepeda
I
like
just
he
try to
did.
make
Go ahead.
no me like no voy a tratar de romperme la cabeza. I'm not trying to like have my head explode. I'm just gonna keep it simple, man. I'm gonna keep it biased. I'm gonna go with my Puerto Rican brethren, even though he's half. Hey, man, you gotta show out that day.
So and that's where I got, like I said, I got Cepeda winning only because of Shakur's hand injuries. And the reason why I say that is because I do remember when Edwin said that it's both of his hands swelling up. That being said, it's going to be hard for Shakur to counter.
Uh,
If
yeah.
Shakur can counter, and we all know he can fight off the back foot, so that's not going to be a problem. If Shakur can counter, I say, oh, what we got there? The belt.
My package came in for Japan. I was gonna share this with you guys, but keep talking and you
Oh,
guys will see what it is while I take it out. Go ahead.
breaking news! Breaking news!
It's just a piece of equipment. That's all.
Oh, you got your samurai
Yeah.
sword in.
It might be. You never know. Go ahead,
Hey,
Man
keep
got a
going.
katana.
so when it comes to boxing, the only person I'm biased to would be my guy who's from Puerto Rico. Now, that doesn't take away from the sport and being, given
Ooh,
an honest
interesting.
assessment. For an example, perfect example, when Derek Cuevas fought Brian Norman Jr., I had Cuevas winning, but it doesn't mean that Brian Norman didn't have a chance. I just had Cuevas winning because I'm biased. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? And Edwin will tell you, Edwin mad as fuck
Yeah.
at me because I,
And
I, I was hyping Cuevas up. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
Yo,
sorry. I'm
listen.
sorry to say this, but like real quick, going 24 rounds with Tevin Farmer leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's just me. You know what I mean?
Well, all that proves is two things: either Farmer has a chin, or Farmer just he's got that Philly footwork. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Shakur's footwork is way better than Farmer's.
Hell
Way
yeah.
better. The question is, and it all boy, look at Edwin with his gadgets.
His
um,
gadget.
fucking his the only thing that concerns me with Shakur is his hands. And like I said, if Shakur enters the ring 100%, I got Shakur winning. But right now, based on the information I have, I got Cepeda winning. It's the reality.
Yo, yeah. Sorry. You guys want to know something, right? You know that Cepeda's been the number one across the board this whole time, and he never made that move for a world title shot. You know that Oscar De La Hoya is a smart motherfucker. He knows how to pick fights and win them. You know, even told Saul, come back to the winning side. You never lost with us, right? Like, he knows how to pick it. I think he hears the same things through the same boxing circles and through the grapevine that Shakur's hands ain't good. Best time to attack him.
Hmm.
Now you take the fight. This
But
fight
my
was offered to his William Zepeda years ago. Multiple title fights were offered to him. I don't think he was ready then as a fighter. And I think his best shot right now is to go after a wounded duck like
but
Shakur
here's the thing
Stevenson.
though. Ain't Zepeda had a hand injury after the first Tevin Farmer fight?
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's at the as severe status as like a Shakur
Ah,
Stevenson.
So
Not
okay.
Flyer Frequency got a point. I mean, he says he thinks Tevin Farmer clearly showed that Cepeda is a sucker for that left hand over the jab. Cepeda's cooked. That so again, if Shakur comes into this fight at 100%, I'll put it to you like this: even if he comes in at between 70 and 80%, he may have a chance against Cepeda. But the minute Cepeda smells and tastes blood that he's a one arm or a
A
zero
wounded
arm
duck?
bandit,
yep.
Yep.
that's it. It's over for Shakur because that's when he's really gonna step on the gas.
I love the fight. I love the fight. You know what I mean? I'm just excited as a fan of boxing.
So let me ask you
It,
this, Carlos: do you call
go
that a
ahead.
Puerto Rico versus Mexico rivalry, or
Sorry, you kind of lagged out. You said Puerto Rico and what
do you
Mexican
call
rivalry? You
that?
said.
Would you call that a Puerto Rico versus Mexico rivalry?
So what he means is, in a funny way, are you accepting Shakur Stevenson as a Puerto Rican?
Nah, that's
sorry,
not.
sorry, you guys are kind of lagging out. And to answer y'all question, um, hell yeah, why not? I mean, it's just like I'm. If Arnando was here, he would disagree with me. He's like, no, Shakur doesn't speak Spanish.
But here's the thing: Shakur, as of recent, and we was talking about this in a group chat. Shakur found out. Shakur recently found out that his father was Puerto Rican, right? So that's when he decided to look and dig into his roots, and he started claiming the Puerto Rican side. You can't knock the man for that. You can't say, "Oh, he's not Puerto Rican because he don't speak Spanish," or "He's not Puerto Rican because of this or that." If he feels that he's Puerto Rican because he found out his father was Puerto Rican, it is what it is. Mr. Miyagi with another $10 super chat.
With the $10 super chat, what?
He's contributing to all those gadgets you got.
Mr. B, I gotta love you, bro. Because
He
he
says,
knows
I
this
believe
shit.
Shakur
Thank
actually
you,
has
thank you.
power but can't use it due to his bad hands. Shakur will sharpshoot Cepeda both mid range and inside because Cepeda can get predictable.
All right, guys, real quick, just in case you guys wanna, I wanna let you guys see this and know, because this is what I do. This is my passion, and I'm not fake about this. I'm real about this. This right here I bought because I don't have a fucking camera guy. You know, I don't have no PR team, everything. I'm doing everything myself. And
Where's your
when I,
manager at?
when I'm doing, I don't know, bang bang, he wants to get paid but not do no work. So so
Oh
so
man.
so what this is it's a hand set where you put your iPhone in it, and it has AI built in. If I'm talking, walking, it follows me around.
Yeah,
And
motion.
yeah, and if I'm walking, like say I'm at the boxing match and I'm going down the steps and the camera's going like this, it's not gonna do that.
It stabilizes it.
It stabilizes everything. You can go like this with this, go like that, be falling out of a plane. You're gonna get a clear picture. And then
Oh,
there's
yeah,
an
we want a
app.
clear picture of Inouye.
Yes, there's an app that even enhances your iPhone um camera. So it's gonna make my camera better, everything. And then the shit's like $100, right? So for like $14, they're like, we'll throw in the tripod and the carrying bag. I was like, fuck it. I might as well get the tripod and the carrying bag. So I did that. So just in case I'm ever somewhere and I need to tripod it up and stand it up so I can back up and talk. And then with that, I got this, which are these. And this is this. These are built-in microphones for interviews. So I take this, plug it into my phone, and these mics go on your shirts. And it gives you studio-like sound.
Damn, round one sports talk.
No, I'm not playing around, bro.
Hey,
Man got
Your
I gotta
man got
donations
ask
come
you,
in.
baptized.
was that a suggestion from your manager?
Nah, Bam Bam don't manage shit. Listen, you don't put in nothing, not a dollar. But my supporters donate money, and they want to see where their money's going to equipment. This is all because of you guys helping people like Mr. Miyagi, and a lot of this is all out of my own money. You know how much money I got behind me? That's my money. But hey, I don't come here and say, hey, look, I did. No, this is what I want to do.
Look,
This is what.
look, Bang Bang wants to manage now. He said, "Nice, when you frontline to learn how the new equipment works."
Yes, yeah. So
Come
later
on,
on, I'm
Hey,
just
dog.
gonna
did you read that
I'm
Mr.
gonna do this.
Miyagi comment?
Which
Yeah, yeah,
one?
yeah.
Read it
I
for me.
believe Shakur actually has power, but can't use it due to his bad hands. Shakur will sharpshoot Zepeda both mid range and inside because Zepeda can get predictable. I read it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So now I got professional because I can't take this mic with me, right? So I was like on my travels when I do things and I go to boxing gyms and I have a lot of plans. I just got to get a little bit of equipment. So I'm starting to get there, guys. You know, little by little, bro. Thank you for everything you guys do, Mr. Miyagi, man. Thank you. Like always, man. You're the shit. And Bam Bam, at least shows love for the channel. Hit the like button or come up. You know what I'm saying? Join the conversation. Come on.
Yeah.
He just said, "I'm
Yeah.
going to be elevated from water boy to cameraman." So if I get elevated to cameraman, I'm gonna be above him because he's getting demoted. He just don't know it yet.
Yeah, he just don't know it
But
yet.
frontline, I gotta
Yo,
ask you the same question you asked me. Like, you claim Shakur as a fellow Puerto Rican or no?
bro, if okay, if his father is Puerto Rican, like he came to find out as of late, why not? I mean, it
Yeah.
ain't like you know what I'm saying. Like you can't blame the kid for not knowing who his father was throughout his life, and then when he finally found out who his dad was,
Oh,
yeah,
We gotta understand. Like, he was not raised like how we was raised.
correct. So you
okay,
can't,
okay,
but that's not his fault. You know what
okay,
I'm
Right.
saying?
gentlemen. That's a real touching topic sometimes, but I'm gonna clear the air on one couple things. And this is, I think, where Carlos is coming from, and this is where Frontline's coming from. I think what Carlos is trying to say is that don't try to use our religion or our culture or our people to try to just market and then tomorrow you're black on the block. Don't try to take
Um.
our people in a sense and say, just all of a sudden you're doing that. Now, as for what Frontline's saying is this: look, if his father was Puerto Rican and it was in his blood and stuff, and you were real about it, and it was something that you found out and you wanted to embrace it, that's one thing. But there are black people that accuse white people of exploiting black music every day. And they come on and say you're using our culture to try to sell. You're taking our hip hop ways, wearing our clothes. When the camera's off, you go back to where you're from and you talk the way you are. You talk. So in a sense, if you're using Puerto Rico as a branding and you really don't give two fucks about us, then I would say it would be wrong. But
I'm more of the side of like I claim him because his dad was Puerto Rican. I just don't like the motherfuckers like Jake Paul and Logan Paul that be on Dorado. I mean, using our land for their own shits. That's what I don't like. You know what I mean?
Well, that's like people taking
So
people's culture and using it to, you know what I'm saying? So it's a touching topic, but he does have it in his blood. And I can't say no.
I accept them. If the blacks don't want them, they want to push them off to the Puerto Ricans. I'll
Yeah,
take them.
I'll take him. Yo, but check it out. Okay, I got one more thing that came in yesterday. This is
Uh
building in for the trip, you know, to go Naoya anyway, Las Vegas. And you gotta protect your shit out there, right, guys? Okay, you know, you ain't gotta be stupid. So
you got a
I went and
blicky.
got this. It's a carry-on bag with a lock. Look, look, look,
Combination.
look, 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 look.
Man, that's bang
The
bang
zippers
security
right
right there.
there. And if you press the button, it won't open. You gotta press the code in. So you gotta go like this. What's that code?
What's the code?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey, say the code into the
Right
Oracle.
into the Oracle, right? Yeah, I bet you would like that, huh? Okay. Huh? That's not the code? I'm locked out of my own bag. Not bullshit.
Shit, I need that bag if I ever go to Brazil for real, for real.
Right. You get one of these, so I got it. Because when I'm walking backwards or behind me, I don't want somebody pickpocketing me. You know what I'm saying? From behind.
Yo, they'll snatch that from your body and then take a knife and cut it open and get the goods out of it.
Yeah,
Simple.
yeah, but at least they would have to do that. They gotta earn it.
Oh
At
yeah.
least you gotta earn that shit. You
Damn,
know,
that weekend is gonna be great, man.
at least fight me.
So okay, so here's something to talk about. Carlos, we talked about it
Yeah.
before, but what do you think about Turkey putting that card on the day after the Amanda Serrano card?
I
Man, I'm
think
gonna
that's
be busy
crap.
for that. I feel like you could have extended it. I feel like you could have put it for the next week or two. You know what I mean? Especially on
That's
my birthday. You know what I mean?
on his birthday, right?
Yeah.
But yo, that's
You
how it's
know,
gonna go. I'm
and
gonna have
because
all my
you
equipment.
know my
When's your birthday,
my
Carlos?
birthday is July 21st. You know?
Oh, that's where the 721 come from, huh?
Ah, you already know. You already know. You know, I'm a young guy, so and then the Serrano and Katie Taylor fight is on my mom's birthday, July
Oh,
11th. And then July 11th, the Superman movie coming out. And the Superman movie was filmed in my city. So I gotta go and watch because, I like comics and shit like that. But got a
look
lot
at
of shit to
Mr.
do.
Miyagi popping up.
Yeah,
But
Mr. Miyagi
but
get
to
love
answer
because he
your
got the
but
bigger
to answer
screen.
your question, Frontline, I think they didn't want to do it because I'm hearing that the Tank and Lamont Roach rematch is gonna be in late July. They're not gonna do it in June.
Mm.
Well, no, hold on. That ain't it in July though? Hold on, you got me bugging right now.
Yeah, the Tank and Lamont Roach is gonna be in July. I was pissed off when I heard that.
No, no, no. I'm talking about the Amanda Serrano.
Yeah, it's gonna be in July.
That yeah, July, and then you got the Shakur fight in July,
Yeah, but you
and
asked
then
me if what was my opinion being right after the Amanda Serrano fight, and I said that I don't think they was could have done it to overlap with the Tank fight.
yeah, I don't see a problem with it. It's gonna give people the option that want to go see it live. Like, who do you want to support more? Do you want to support the women boxing, or do you want to support that? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because not a lot of people could afford to go to
but
both.
ain't that's gonna be on Netflix for the Amanda Serrano fight?
Yeah, well, it's gonna be free because Clarissa's paying for it. She's
Yeah,
paying for
yeah, yeah.
everybody
I'm
to
sure
be able
she
to
is. I'm
participate.
sure she is. Here comes. He's going. Mr. Miyagi seems to have a little technical difficulty. Mr. Miyagi, can you hear me?
Mr.
He gets
Miyagi.
the big
Man,
screen.
but I really want Amanda Serrano to win this fight, man. I
He's a
really
paying
do.
customer. He gets a big screen. You guys got little circles, okay? Okay. Mr. Miyagi, can you talk, or are you hiding in the closet right now? And I mean that funny, like because it's late over there, and he don't want to wake up the kids and the wife. He's like, shh, talking low.
No, but he said it before that he's hiding
Yeah,
in the
because of
closet.
the fact that he don't want to wake them up.
Yeah, he don't want to wake
Yeah.
the kids up. Yeah.
Anyone hear me?
What's up,
Yeah, I can
brother?
hear
How
you.
you doing? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, very good, very good. I've got a quick one. What on earth is Top Rank doing with promotion with the
Well,
in-away
Hmm.
fight?
well. Okay. I want to clear something up for you, Mr. Miyagi. Apparently, Rick Glazier there in Top Rank have never had a real good history, and every time Rick Glazier can take a shot or a stab at Top Rank, he'll report like, "Oh, ticket sales ain't going so well." And Rick Glazier is just a fucking hater. He said ticket sales weren't going selling a month and 2 weeks out from the fight is when he made that report. He didn't wait to the week of the fight. He didn't do any of that. Typically, a lot of these fights do sell out, and you know that Naoya Inoue is not the. It's not the situation where we're talking. He's struggling to sell his fight. No, because if he goes back home to Japan, he can fill up 30, 40,000 people like that. It's introducing them to a new audience. And I already went like 4 days ago, went on. He's already got basically 12,000 tickets sold in Las Vegas already, which holds up to 17,000. Now, he might not be able to sell out the 17,000, but these guys are so much haters on Naoya Inoue, they won't. Who are they comparing him to? For example, Jerron Boots Ennis just fought in America, an American champion, a unification title fight in Atlantic City, New Jersey, which full capacity is 9,000 people. He didn't sell it out at 9,000. So Ric Flair can go fuck himself when he talks
Oh
about
my god.
Naoya Inoue, right? And saying that Naoya Inoue is not selling, that at least he sold already 12,000. More than Jerron Boots Ennis could do on a guy that what is a very terribly unknown to American audiences. And he's saying that the Naoya Inoue fight is struggling. So people that don't like this Japan guy, they quickly started making videos to try to discourage you to tuning into the fight, buying into the fight, or going to the fight. You see? Because, like I said on my channel, from I think a few fights ago, a lot of people are not happy this Japanese dude is doing all this. And some powers that be are going to try to stop him. If they can't beat him in the ring, smear his name or shoot down or to try to stop so that people become fans. But they can't. I think the
Well,
reality of the situation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the thing I ask is because personally, when I look at the ticket sales that he's already sold, because I had a little look on. I'm not.
Yep.
By the way, I'm not this autistic, but
Yep.
I had a rough count of how many tickets were sold in there.
Yep.
And if every stand has two thirds basically or more sold in each section, the thing is he's going to make a profit in that venue anyway, and I didn't really expect it to. But my issue that I have is that Top Rank hasn't done they're putting out loads of videos about in a way, but they didn't even do, because he already had a somewhat semi press conference in Japan, but they didn't even get that press conference and have English subtitles on it and put it on there. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm not sure when he's going to have a proper presser with all the
Right.
fighters up there yet. But
Mhm.
hasn't he apparently been in America for like the last 4 or 5 days?
3 days. He's been in America for 3 days. And the
I think picked him up at
yes,
the
I picked him
airport.
up myself. And I brought him to his hotel room. So, uh, I would say the jet lag is cool. The sleep is probably They should. You're right about it. They need to get up on this promoting and really give Naoya Inoue the bright start. But with Naoya Inoue fans and us American fans or anybody that can't speak the language, you kind of hate to see the translation thing. It's really like drags the interview on. So they're gonna really do their best, probably. Like I said, if Naoya Inoue spoke English a little bit, shit would go a
That's
lot
another thing.
smoother. Yeah, it
That's
would go a
another
lot
thing.
smoother. Yeah.
I wonder. I probably doubt it, but I want because he's been taking English courses
Has he?
because you see him at the award ceremony, the awards when he was in the US last.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was only a little sentence,
It was just one sentence. Yeah.
but the thing is that a lot of Japanese fighters that are with Top Rank, you look at Jin Suzuki, even though he's not very fluent in his English, a lot of them are doing courses alongside because they know if you really want to get the fan base outside of Japan, really you need to speak at least something. It doesn't matter if it's broken.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if if he comes out and starts fully speaking in English at some of the press conference, whether it
Oh, it
be
would be
like a
great.
couple of paragraphs or something.
Mhm.
That's with
Excuse
any
me.
foreign fighter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You guys see Junto stepping up with the English on his English game. Subria Matias is stepping up with his English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it when he speak English. It's funny as
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah. And so a lot of these guys see where it's more marketable to speak English and stuff because it really will help out and move things along and stuff like that. But let me ask you guys something. Who do you got in the fight? In the Naoya Inoue versus
Man, what kind
Ramon
of
Cardin.
question is that?
Hold on. We gotta hear it. Who do you got in the fight, Mr. Miyagi?
Well, of course I've got Inoue, but
Friend
I
line.
think Ramon Cardenas is going to put a very good fight.
Oh yeah. Front line. Who you got in the fight?
I'm gonna go for the upset. Mexican Independence Day. I got Cardenas winning by knockout, fifth
Oh
round.
shit! Is that subject to change? Oh, yeah,
No,
we're writing it down. We're
locked
locked in. We're
in.
writing that down. Carlos, who do you got in the fight?
I got it away. I got it away.
Okay. And I like to go around and everything because I don't want to assume. Because as we can see, Frontline revealed his
Look
real
at Bang
colors,
Bang's
Bang
comment.
Bang's comment.
and as soon as
Hey, you heard what Bang Bang just wrote? Look,
it
look, look,
doesn't
look,
matter.
look. I'll let you read
Well,
it.
I'll read it in a second because as soon as this episode's end, Frontline's getting banned from the channel. Okay, he's getting super blocked. Okay, no. But listen, no. I think Ramon Cardin, man, he's been given a special situation. You don't get a phone call every day for one belt, let alone four. I think this is the type of fight that'll get you out of bed early and run that extra mile. Every fight from here on in is going to be a tough fight for Naoya anyway. Every man that signs up to fight him, I believe at the end of their title, it says professional. Whether you're on his skill, you think he's better, anything can happen in a boxing match. And in fair competition, I salute Roman Cardin and may the best man win. In the fight, of course, I got Naoya Inoue by stoppage. I think he'll do it between under 5-6, 5-6 rounds. I think the fight will be over by then. But it stands to be an exciting. But before we even get to that, we have big cards coming up right now, and we have this Ryan Garcia card. We just broke down this card all day with July card. I can't let you guys go real quick if I didn't get your predictions for the fights ahead coming up. Real quick, let's go through the panel. Who
Man,
do
I got
you?
a question.
Whoa,
I
whoa,
got
whoa,
a
whoa, whoa,
question.
whoa! You
Yeah, you
gotta
gotta read.
read. Wait, Carlos. Hold on. You gotta read what he wrote first. You have to read it out
Nice.
loud.
We need Frontline to learn how.
No,
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 no, no,
no.
Which
no,
one?
no,
Which
no,
one?
no, no, no.
The first English
The
word
last one.
Naoya should say is "I love Edwin." Yeah. I agree. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. They're great words. They're putting together in a nice sentence. very honest and direct. I like it. So
I think instead of saying I love you, Edwin, it should be I love you, champion.
champion, that even sounds better. Okay, but you're taking the word Edwin. Is there a way we can get champion Edwin in there? The both, because I like Edwin.
See, now you're asking for too
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
much.
that's
gonna
the
stay
word.
with the original then. I'm gonna stay with the original. But listen, I gotta know, guys. You guys don't think that Rolly can pull an upset over Ryan?
Man, I got a question for
If
Frontline.
Rolly cracks, if Rolly cracks Ryan clean and flush, Ryan might go to
You
bed
think
early.
so?
Dude, even Tank said it. Tank said out of all the fighters he fought, the one that hit him the hardest was
No, it
Rolly.
was Ryan.
No, he said Ryan can crack, but the one that hit him the hardest was Rolly.
I don't know. I'm just having a hard to believe because that Pitbull fight was just couldn't really hurt Pitbull in that fight.
It made him look bad that this little dude that was 5'3" coming down up a weight division, you made him 140-pound champion, bro. And the way he had you flopping around in that ring, looking all with your equilibrium all out of place. And you had this little dude just like mini Mike, the Mike Tyson game when that little guy was jumping up like that, little Max. That's what he looked like.
Little Max.
And like that was a ridiculous to lose to a fight like that, but yeah, I'm not sure Rolly can pull it off. I think he goes into his another loss
Let me
and
a- let me ask a question to Frontline.
go ahead.
Frontline, you said Barbosa is gonna be Teal, but what about Ramirez and Haney?
That we were getting there next.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
we're gonna get there next. But damn,
I'm,
shit. You let Mr.
Yeah, let him
Miyagi
answer.
answer
Let
who
Mr.
he
my
got,
fault, my
Ryan
fault.
or
It just
Rolly.
came to my
Oh,
mind. I'm like,
oh,
Fucking guys from Cleveland, bro. They get so
so
damn
H is
anxious.
plus he got a C in his name, Champion. You know what I'm saying? He thinks he want to take over. So, Mr. Miyagi,
it's the water.
what do you think? What do you think with Ryan Rolly? No upset. Ryan beats him. What?
Nah, Ryan's because Rowley, he's got plenty of power, but he puts so much in it. Like you watch when he was throwing at Tank. The thing is, he goes so off balance, and I know Ryan does the same, but I just Ryan's speed, and I do think you're going to see a much improved Ryan Garcia in this one. Just by
Right.
the way that he's been talking and everything, like he really looks like he's got that hunger for the sport.
Okay.
Like he's still. I don't know. It's just some of the interviews he said. He doesn't seem as brash and.
So you think he's
Lightning.
Yeah,
growing up?
yeah,
You think he's
yes,
growing
yeah,
up?
yeah.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
we'll see good
Right.
years from Ryan Garcia from this
And by the
point.
Right.
way, I got Ryan winning that fight.
Okay. I got Ryan winning the fight too. Now this Devin Haney
Yeah, me too.
Ramirez fight, Devin Haney's Ramirez fight. A lot of people have been talking about this fight and what it means for Devin Haney because he picked this kind of opponent. Some are saying that he made a mistake. Some are saying no, this is the right opponent. He wasn't going to get credit for a cab driver. How do you guys seeing this fight? Starting off with Mr. Miyagi, who do you have in this fight?
Sorry, which fights?
Devin Haney and Ramirez. Who do you have in the fight and why?
I reckon I can see Devin going down a couple of times,
Ooh.
but I'll give it. I reckon Haney will stop him late because the Devin Haney doesn't have much power, but he is so sharp. Like I can just see him. He'll get caught a couple of times in the earlier rounds, and will probably go down at least once. But then I think he'll just get his time in, get the counters going, and he'll just control the rest of the fight, and it will
Okay.
stop him within. I'd say within 10, between like 10 and 9, somewhere around there.
Wait, you got Haney stopping Ramirez?
Yes.
Haney's sharp. Like
Wow.
for little power that he's got. Like I'm one of these people when I get into debates and that with some of the guys at work about fights. I always say it's the accumulation of punches. Even if you've got little pillow hands, if you're hitting the guy 3-4 times in succession, that'll rattle anyone, and especially if you're very sharp with your punch placement.
Okay, so next time, Frontline, this is his opinion. You can ask a question like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Frontline.
I
Who do
respect
you
it.
got in the fight and why? Devin Haney, Ramirez, go.
So Ramirez only has two
Okay.
losses. The two losses he got to was one was Barbosa and the other one was Josh Taylor. Now, Devin Haney, on the other hand, got his O gifted back. That being said, and here's people can talk all the shit they want about Ramirez is old, this and that. I can see Haney beating him by decision. I see it going the distance with Haney winning and Haney outboxing. That being said, like Mr. Miyagi said, if Ramirez catches Haney and drops him, we need to see where Haney's head is at when he comes up from that drop. Is he going to have flashbacks from the Ryan knockdowns, or is he going to put it together?
So who do you got? You taking Devin Haney in the fight or Ramirez?
Front,
I
front
think
line's underwater at the moment.
he might have
Yeah,
dropped
you
his phone.
know.
He might have dropped his phone in the water.
He's sitting on
Carlos.
the toilet. That's gone in.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Carlos, who do you got in the fight when before he comes back? He'll figure it out.
Not going to say that again. My bad. What you said?
Okay. Frontline. So who do you have winning in the fight? Real quick before we go to Carlos, give me who you
I got
got.
I got Haney winning.
He got Haney. Carlos, who do you got on the fight?
I believe this is the toughest fight of the night because of the performance that Haney had with Ryan. We don't know what's gonna happen with Haney and Ramirez. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I have faith that the rematch with Ryan Garcia and Haney is gonna happen. So I have Haney by majority decision.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Miyagi says that it's gonna be an accumulation of damage from Devin Haney to um Ramirez. It's gonna be it's gonna be a volume of punches and throughout the courses of round. It's the wear and tear. He's gonna probably hurt him to the body or something, and he's gonna probably put away Ramirez. I could see a scenario like that. He really worked Lomachenko's body. Devin Haney is crafty to the body. Ramirez, he has a lot of wear and tear on him. Josh Taylor put a pretty big beating on him. He went the distance with Barboza. So I could see what Mr. Biagi's saying, and what Frontline is saying is basically, that in this situation, he thinks that Devin Haney's a bit more athletic. He throws more punches, and he thinks he's gonna beat Ramirez to the punch. And Carlos is saying straight up, he just thinks Devin's just gonna whoop his ass. So, interesting enough, the fight is what one of the things Mr. Miyagi said was he acknowledged that Ramirez was gonna drop Devin Haney, but that Devin Haney was gonna come back and win the fight.
By
That front
knockout.
line by knockout stoppage doesn't mean he has to hit him to the jaw now. He can knock him out by the body. Okay. So then Miss Frontline came in and said, well, then would he have a flashback on the Ryan Garcia night? And how would he be able to, take care of the situation? Well, then let's think about that Ryan Garcia situation. I can admit he was a little in his head, but he never wanted out of the fight. He kept getting up after being knocked down, and he kept telling the referee, I want to continue. So the warrior spirit is there. Now, once you lose, technically, right, kind of takes away from that. But in this fight right here, I think Devin Haney is in for a good boxing match. I think he's athletic enough. I think he has good skill, and I think he has an amazing jab. When you got the kind of jab that Devin Haney has, you can win any fight with that jab, just the jab alone. And you know, Barboza gave Ramirez a lot of problem with his jab, that stiff jab like that, pop. And I think that if one day Devin Haney was to fight Arnold Barboza, I think Arnold would be really strong, but I think Devin Haney's starting to get a bit stronger. I hope Devin Haney's not like that guy that, gets older and really doesn't get any stronger. I'm kind of expecting him. What is he, 25, 26 now? He's going on to maybe, right? So they're all young. So I
And
got
this fight
Devin
is
Haney in the fight. I got Devin
and this
Haney in the
fight
fight.
is at 147.
Yeah, I got Devin Haney in the fight. You know, I think that I think he's just the more skilled of the fighters. I think he'll be nervous once Devin Haney gets into the groove. All he has to do is hit one good shot and kind of wobble Ramirez and watch that confidence just come flowing through him. And Devin Haney's not stupid as a fighter. He's already done things where that he's not just when Devin Haney gets excited, he gets more dangerous focus. Now he's starting to catch you with punches, and he's not stupid. Devin's not going to overextend where he's coming into Ramirez. He's just going to beat the shit out of him from the outside, just like he did to Regis Progress. And he didn't step over that line with Regis to give Regis an opportunity to steal the night. He played. He was fundamentally sound in that fight, and Regis didn't have enough to catch him. He wasn't quick enough. He didn't have enough off the first step. He couldn't catch Devin, and Devin just pieced up his face. Ramirez is gonna be tough. I think the first few rounds might be tough for Devin. It's gonna be a little tough. Ramirez is gonna have a lot of confidence. And all Ramirez's friends are gonna be saying, yo, this dude is pillow fisted. He got his ass whooped by Ryan Garcia. Imagine what you're gonna do to him. And Devin Haney's gonna have a fight on his hands. He's gonna have to snatch the fight out of Ramirez's hands and show Ramirez on that night, bro, you're just here to assist me on whooping your ass, Ramirez. My name is Devin Haney, and I'm one of the youngest undisputed champions of the world. He's got to believe in that. Devin got to believe in himself. Whether it's true or not, you got to bet on yourself. And Devin's got to dig, and he's got to make that a fight, and you got to land some shots that start to give you confidence. You're hurting him at least. And watch the surge of energy just rush through Devin Haney. He's gonna start to shine on. I think he'll stop him, like Mr. Miyagi said. Actually, I think he's gonna stop him. He's gonna stop him late. I'm pretty cool
Well,
with that prediction that he said. But I'm gonna, you know how I do. I don't want to pick nobody's prediction, so I'm gonna say he's even gonna stop him, and I'm gonna get crazy with it. I'm gonna go 7-8. 7-8. I'm gonna get crazy with it. My
Subject to
Yeah.
change.
subject to change. That one's subject to change. You know what I'm saying? But I think that Devin Haney got skills, man, and I'm not writing him off like he's some bum. Devin's no bum, bro. Believe that. He wasn't complete as a fighter, and I try to tell you guys that a year ago. Devin Haney wasn't a polished fighter at that time. He was an exciting fighter, and if you didn't know what to look for, you would think he was complete, but he wasn't. And I said that a year ago. That's why I wouldn't put him on my pound for pound list. It was like Devin went into left the dojo at the end of his training. I've said this 100 times. He needs certain work. And once boxing clicks for Devin and he goes, he's not far off. I'm expecting, and I'm sitting here saying, watch. Maybe it never happens. Maybe I'm wrong.
I got a question.
but he has the chance to really turn a lot of this shit around. Yeah, what's up, Carlos?
What's your opinion about Bill Haney saying that they not afraid about Bucenis?
What?
There was like
Cambo
uh no, that they not afraid against Boost Ennis.
George Camboza.
No, Devin Haney, Bill Haney.
Oh, Bill Haney said he's not scared of Bill. Okay. I see what you're saying. Uh I saw that. I saw that. Uh
Are they
there's a
chewing too much? They can chew.
Nah, you know what I think? In the boxing world, bro, there's no boxer afraid of any other boxer.
let's go.
True.
And
It's a professional sport. They signed up to fight whoever they put in.
yeah.
Where you get all these quote unquote ducks and you get all these quote unquote fights not happening, is from the promotional companies getting fucking greedy and asking for more than what a fight is actually worth, and that's why the fights fall through.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
another thing is Bill Haney, when you view him sometimes, Carlos, you might be looking at him through the lenses. That's Devin Haney's dad. In that interview, he's Devin Haney's manager. And then in another place, he's Devin Haney's promoter. He's got to promote the fight, and he's never going to say when asked the question. I believe in the interview, they asked him the question. He didn't just start off the interview and said, you know what? We're not scared of Jerome Bucenas. We'll fuck him up. No, he got to ask her a question, and he's going to answer it. And his money is with his son. I
Yeah.
don't think he can go back home and say, yo, son, they asked me a question. I said, you know what? Jerome Bucenas will beat the shit out of Devin Haney, my son.
And,
You know, he ain't gonna
and
say that. So
I agree. And it's like Ryan Garcia just called out Bucenis too. Now he wants to work.
everybody should be calling out Bruce Ennis. He's got 2 belts right now. You know what I'm saying? He's got 2 belts. That's the guy. And
I
and
feel
and and but is it? Do you really sit here and think that Ryan Garcia should fight Juan Bucenas, Carlos?
I
I
don't
think he'll
think
get killed.
I don't think Ryan Garcia or Devin Haney. I
I
don't
think he'll
think
get killed. I don't think they're big enough. I think Jerron
uh
Buchanan is. I mean, these guys are actually just getting into the thing. See, Frontline left so he can sneak the bottom screen and push
Yeah.
Miyagi up. That's what he did. He
Boy,
got
I
out.
saw that.
Eh, you
You
know,
seen
you
that,
know,
right, Mr.
Puerto
Miyagi?
Rican. Puerto Ricans like to set up
Y- y-
like
Boy.
Berlanga setting up Shiraz.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right. Yeah, right. Bam Bam. I mean, Frontline was like, what if I come out? Then I get the big screen. Okay.
Yo, so I don't know. Naldo called me. He's good though, but Devin made the fight easier for Ryan. Racist, cheating, Austrian using Ash
I'm not
by
bringing that
trying
topic
to
back up.
walk
But
Wanda.
yeah, those are old wounds. Let them wounds heal. We're moving
it's
on.
been a year, right? It's been a
It's
year,
been
right?
yeah. Let that Austrian shit go. I'm not arguing. Don't Frontline. Don't you say anything about that. All right.
The
I'm
zone
not
Hey,
bringing those days back.
the
Those
zone
shits
ain't
were
no
just those were just endless conversations that just kept going in a circle. Right. So don't
yeah.
do it. So
All right.
anyway, but
So where we at? Back to are we on Teal
yeah,
or not yet?
no, we're on Teal right now.
yeah, we're
We're
on
on
Teal.
Teal. Right now, Frontline. Give me who you got in the fight.
I got the Mexican Warrior. I
Oh,
got Barbosa winning that fight, and here's why. Since Teal's been at 40, right? He fought who? Martin. He's for Campa, which Campa he won, but I don't really consider whatever. Sandor Martin, that's an arguably could have been
Hey, Campas
he
got destroyed by Santiago.
in the second round, and it took Teal 7.
Yeah.
He beat Josh Taylor. I give him that win for sure. He deserved that win. Jermaine Ortiz and Steve Claggett. Come on, he went UD with Steve Claggett. Barbosa's gonna fuck Teal up. My opinion. I
okay.
got And I don't think Barbosa's got the power to knock him down, but neither did George Kambosos.
Okay. You don't
So
okay.
and Kambosos knocked him down in what, the first round, I think it was, and then or the second round, and then Tio
Man,
knocked him down in the sixth or seventh, something like that.
you
But
know how I feel
anyways,
about that triangle theory shit, but go ahead.
yeah, but that was at 35, so we can't count that. So
Eh,
that being said, I got Barbosa. Y cuidado that it doesn't come by knockout, but I got him just winning on UD. I got Barbosa winning UD.
UD. Carlos, what do you got?
Um, nah, I got Till. I gotta be honest, man. It's just I think Till's gonna drop Barbosa, and I think he's when Till gets in that mode, like he starts,
You
you
said the
know.
key word right there, Carlos. You
Front
said
line,
the
don't it? Front.
no. He
Carlos is
said the
talking.
key word
Carlos is talking.
when he
Carlos,
gets in that groove. He hasn't
Carlos,
gotten in that groove in a
front
while.
line.
My bad, Carlos. Go ahead. My bad. My bad. Let
We're
me
gonna
shut
have to
up.
mute this
I'm
guy.
gonna mute. I'm gonna mute my mic right now. I'll just talk to myself over here. My bad.
Yes, Carlos, go ahead.
I can see why Barbosa can disrupt Tio's rhythm, but it's just like Tio's been making Barbosa frustrated these past conferences, if you notice. And have we ever seen Barbosa this mad before? Like we still don't know how he's gonna react during the fight. You know what I mean?
Right,
Styles
right.
makes fights, and you know I can see that. Oh, Teofimo was upset with Eddie Reynoso not training him for this fight. I can see that, but it's like at the end of the day, show why you're the Ring Magazine champion.
Okay.
Show you know what I mean?
Yep.
And he has to make a statement. If he wins like iffy, like his past wins, then it's like, oh man, here we go again. But like I got Tia winning. Unanimous decision.
Unanimous decision. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Miyagi, who do you got in the fight? The when and the where and the how. Tio versus Barboza. Go.
Um, it all. Do you know what? It depends on. It all depends on how To wants to come out in this. If To's on the back foot and Barbosa is pushing the action, I can see To stopping Barbosa because
Ooh.
I remember watching the Ramirez fight, and Ramirez's hand speed was getting through while Barbosa was trying to parry the shots and counter. And then
Mm-hmm.
when Barbosa was coming back and pushing, Ramirez was able to counter. Now, I think To has far faster hands than Ramirez, but it's been so long. The problem is, it's been so long with To as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to remember his last fight, like off the top of my head,
His last
and
time
it's
was
hard.
Steve Klajic, right?
Yeah, see,
Steve Claggett was his last fight.
Steve Klajic, yeah.
yeah, see, I can't really take too much from that because even the way Barbosa fought Carroll. Now, if To pushes the action, um, I can see him get knocked down maybe once, maybe twice, and
Mm-hmm.
probably lose on points. But it all depends because To, for all you know, for all that he is a great counter puncher on the back foot, and he
Mm-hmm.
has got fast hands. But it just depends on how he wants to push it. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say To's gonna be on the back foot for this fight. So I reckon probably a Tiafimo stoppage, and I'm gonna go crazy. I think it's gonna be within 6,
Ooh.
like around
Six.
them, because it'll still
Oof.
be just
Wow.
early enough that people will still, depending on how it goes, they still may be trying to find the openings, and Barbosa might just push a little too hard to get his punches in, and he's gonna get
Mm.
caught.
Damn, Miyagi came in swinging.
Mm. All right. I like that. I like all of that. Miss Miyagi's obviously fresh off of predicting his knockout victory here. And front line playing it safe, taking his brother's Bam Bam's pick, and going UD, on some real. But look, Carlos, I see, I've heard all you guys' insight on it, and I like everything you guys had to say about the fight. The thing I think about this fight is, look, Arnold Barboza, he's undefeated, 32-11, right? If we're looking about attributes, right, in a fight, what do they bring to a fight? Arnold Barboza, uh, 72-inch arm reach at 5'9", right? 11 knockouts, 11 knockouts, guys. When he didn't knock out Ramirez, right? I mean, when we went into the Jack Catterall fight, you guys thought that Arnold Barboza was going to lose that fight. And a lot of people had Jack Catterall in that fight. He supplies a lot of us in the fight, and he did good. But I also think that, like, Teal's a much better fighter. I think Teal's going to beat him at the end. I don't have it, but it's got to be over there. Teal's going to stop him in the end. And I got Teal in the fight. I think that Teal stops him late. And the other way I could see it is that maybe Arnold Barboza catches up to Teal. See, Teal's a good fighter and everything, but he's not a big puzzle to solve. And he's not very difficult to figure out. So let's see if Arnold Barboza can uh figure him out early, and if he catches Teal. But like Mr. Miyagi said, that he fights good off the back foot, and if Arnold tries too much pressure, if he's in his head too much, with this being smacked on stage and everything, and really trying to get like Teal's attention early,
you
Arnold could make a mistake, and Teal
know,
can catch him.
you know
So
what? You know why Arnold Barbosa does not convince me in that Sean McComb fight.
yeah.
That was a split decision win, and a lot of people saw Sean McComb winning that fight.
Mhm. Yeah, what do you guys have to say about the other fights? Anything else?
Which ones?
Oh,
Uh, what's up, Carlos? Go ahead.
no, I mean, you already know, two-time undisputed champion at a super middleweight division. Canelo's gonna win.
With William Schofield, man,
Yep,
listen, I think he's
with
gonna.
yeah, Schofield, with
Yeah,
Skull.
but it's a smart fight though. A lot of these guys right here think that this ain't a smart fight, and they're asking, "Oh, this is another Canelo Alvarez ploy to not fight the guys." I'm like, wait a minute, he's got his belt, and then you're gonna have to give Saul credit for becoming two-time undisputed in the thing. So,
Wait, are we
yeah,
talking about Skull or are we talking about Schofield?
we're talking about Saul Canelo Alvarez fight because
William
Carlos
Skull.
William Skull, he
Oh,
said that he wants to see it and two times. What are you doing? Oh,
I didn't blink if you're in trouble.
He's blinking. He's
Yeah.
blinking. Someone has
Who's
invaded
on
the Batcave. Go ahead, Mr. Miyagi. My bad.
who who's on the undercard of uh the May 3rd?
The
Because
Canelo.
no, the sorry, not May 3rd, May 2nd fights with like Ryan and that. Because I swear I'm seeing, they Turkey's doing all the ambassadors and stuff
No,
like that.
that's only a 3 card fight. That's all it is.
No,
Oh,
because
really?
I swear they were saying that they're on undercard. People were saying that because I see it on Instagram. They're saying glad to be on the undercard on May 2nd or something.
Oh, I
Unless I'm
didn't see
reading it
any of
wrong.
that. I thought it was just a 3 card fight. I thought it was just the Teo, the Devin Haney, and the Ryan fight.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
have to
check
check
right
again.
now. Let's see if I see anything.
Edwin, are you okay? Blink
I'm
if you're in trouble.
no, I'm good. I'm good, guy. No, but yo, listen. That has me all kinds of confused. There's some people reporting that there are ticket sales in some way or something, some winery, that the prelims are going to be fought in that winery. and they're gonna and then across the street or somewhere is or in the street is where the main card was going, and then that was actually ticket sales, and then that dude Showbiz the adult was
the artist.
performing in the winery,
Well,
and
I think he's doing his live watch party from the winery, and they're selling tickets for the winery. That's what I was under the
we
impression.
got I mean
Because on
I didn't
Boxrec, there's no prelim, there's no undercard, there's nothing.
Yeah,
right.
no, there is. I'm just on Instagram now. They've got because Turkey. It says we are excited to welcome Ryoto Satsumi as the Ring's new brand ambassador, and it says here that he'll make his debut on our May 2nd card in Times Square. So there will be some undercard fights.
Oh, they will be
Yeah, I don't
in
know how
Times
many,
Square.
but yeah. Well, that's what it says on that's what I'm seeing on Instagram.
Hmm. Interesting to know who's going to be on that undercard.
Yeah, I don't see who's gonna be in
I'm
the undercard.
I don't see can any yeah, if you guys get it, let me get some names and
Edwin, you got it? You on Instagram?
yeah, why? Want me to go
I'll
now
ping it
there?
over. I'll ping it over to you now.
Okay, go ahead. I'm on
It may be
Instagram right
under.
now.
It's on a different name, but
I got it.
one
Notice
second.
received. Gotcha.
Wait.
Hey,
No, I'm just about to
oh,
send it.
no, that's not
It'll
you. That's not you. Uh,
it'll say here you go, or here
okay,
I go.
okay.
All right, sent it.
It
I
says
received.
Teofimo is the undercard.
Gotcha. I got you.
Well, the female's opening the card.
And the co-feature is Devin Haney, and the main event is Ryan Garcia.
Right.
Oh yeah, in a way, ringside. Oh yeah, that when he. That's not Neil. Yeah, no way. That's.
Who's gonna be?
Ooh,
I ain't gonna lie though.
he got
You see,
signed.
you seen that Canelo said that um he told the turkey that the fight for William Skull, he wanted it to be 11 p.m. over the states, over United States. So he's gonna fight early in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
Bro, Saul could do whatever the fuck he wants.
But like, and it's interesting because all those Saudi Arabia cards is always early side for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was like, you know, that Turkey had to bend their knee. You know, it was like anything for you.
Right.
Well, there's a bunch of
I just followed you back, Mr. Miyagi, on
Thank
Instagram.
you.
Yep.
yeah, you got the
The
Badu Jack,
undercard.
Jaime
Jaime Munguia,
Munguia,
Bruno Saraj, Martin Boccoli with her F.A. Ajabe, then the Badu Jack, then Marco Verde versus Michel Polina, Brian
Brian
Leon, and
Leon
Aaron.
against Guerrero.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think is going to win in this Junto too? He's about to unify with the other Japanese fighter.
The other Japanese fighter don't got that power like Junto got.
I think I got Junto in that fight. I think
He's
he's
knocking
gonna
him out.
stop him. Yeah,
Do
I
you
think he
know?
might stop him.
Do you know what I've just seen? I've seen a flaw, a big flaw in Junto. If you go and watch is it Andrew Maloney fight?
Hmm.
That man, do you know? Because Junto looked good, is looking good at 118, but actually, see, I never want to discredit people's fights, but from where people are trying to push, and I see so many channels, basically, it's weird because you see them saying one thing, like they say about Inoue, and then they're so gleeful that they want you, like, yeah, Junto's going to stop him, and I'm like, hang on a minute, he couldn't get Andrew Maloney, who is not out of the two brothers, Jason is the better fighter. He couldn't get Andrew Maloney out of there until the end of the 11th round. And I'm looking at it, and the reason why he couldn't land flush shots is because Andrew Maloney kept jumping left and right. He kept moving left and right and pushing in at the same time. And Junto has to place his feet to throw punches. It's very difficult for him to throw and pivot. And straight away, I looked at that and I just think, you know what? If he's not careful, the fighter he's fighting now, depending, I haven't seen enough of his fights, but I can see Junto getting caught if he's not careful. I really can, because he's so susceptible to hooks, because they'll get on the inside of him. And his last fight against David Cuellar, even though he got him out of there in 3 rounds, every time Cuellar would move in and he would move from the right to the left, and then he would shoot a left hook over the top, he would catch Junto.
Right.
And I can see it in my head, but I think Junto should probably stop him. But it's kind of a toss-up because I haven't seen enough of Junto against real top opposition. He's fought good fighters, but he hasn't fought the sort of level of opposition where I'd always say, yeah, he's definitely, this is going to be, every single one is kind of a toss-up for me, because even though he's shown that he is a terrific fighter, he just needs that, I just need to see that little sprinkle where I said, you know what, this is the guy that I would always favour to win. If that makes sense, because I know the bookies and everything are going to put him down as the favourite, but every fight I see holes. I always see holes. Like his foot movement is decent, but he seems much more flat-footed. And when everyone's saying that he's going to beat Inoue, I'm like, he's not going to be ever. Inoue is going to make him pivot, and he's going to catch him clean with either a right straight or a left hook to the liver.
And
I
Mr.
can
Miyagi
see
stocking up. I got Nakatani beating Inoue.
Yeah, right. Anyway, listen. I think you're right, Mr. Miyagi, on that, right? And when it comes to, like, if you think about like Junto's competition, right? Okay. And if you want to kind of like a measuring stick in a sense, when you don't got a lot of information on the other guy, right? This is all I have too, to be honest, right? The Japanese guy that Junto's fighting to unify, he fought Emmanuel Rodriguez. He's the one that beat Emmanuel Rodriguez for that belt. That was that fight. And he beat Emmanuel. And Emmanuel's a good Puerto Rican fighter. He's got a good kind of like, good boxing style to him. And so that's he's got that win. He's only got 10 fights, bro. I think he's got 10 fights. And he's going in to fight Junto. Now, Junto's all his competition, like you said. And this is some of the things that you're pointing out, Ms. Miyagi. I see these things. I see that Junto Nagatoni, I think that sometimes he could stay in the pocket a little too long. And sometimes he'll throw punches and he'll stop. He has this pause sometimes. And he'll try to like evade shots to a fighter that he knows is much slower. It's going to be interesting to see when he comes against a fighter like Naoya that's much faster than him. And I think that Junto is a good mover, but not like Naoya in a way. And I just think that there's a gap in skill in between them still. I think Junto's very good. He's very good. He's very good, very powerful. Like you said, he has to set his feet, though, to knock you out. Naoya Inoue threw a running 4-piece combination while running forward at Stephen Kubo Fulton. Landed 3 of the punches. Like, it was ridiculous. He's just real technical and accurate, and he's going to slowly, methodically pick Junto apart until he lands that final blow. You can see that Naoya Inoue is going to be in a position where Junto's going to think he's safe. He's not going to think that he can get that much torque just straight. When he hit Luis Pantera Nari He basically 6-inch punched him. No twist, no waist movement. He went, and his fucking neck just went snap back. Naoya Inoue has done that to countless of people. Jason Maloney himself, in particular, he cocked back. He didn't even roll the shoulder. He just fired straight and just put him away. Same thing he's gonna do to Junto. Junto's gonna think at this distance where we're at, Naoya can't move. The punch is not gonna hurt. It's gonna go. It's gonna sound like a bat. It's gonna be lights out, bro. He's gonna
Hey,
finish it.
Frontline,
Yo,
I need your opinion, man. What you think about this fight? Yanquier Rivera versus Angelino Cordova.
Mm.
uh,
Whoever wins this gets a chance against the WBA world champion, Kenshiro.
you said Angelo Cordova.
Yeah, Angelo Cordova versus Yanquier Rivera.
And that's Yankel, the one that he's got for
112 pounds.
no. Frontline knows what I'm talking about because we were talking about him the other day with Cano Loco, remember?
With
No,
Yankel
that's
is the Yankel is the one
no.
they call Doctorcito.
Yeah, that's 112. You're probably thinking about Jean Paul Rivera, Jean Paul.
Oh. But anyway, go ahead.
Where's Cordova from? Mexico?
No, he's from Venezuela.
You see, okay, you want to know what I want to tell you about that fight real quick, Carlos? I want to see if Frontline was going to say it first because I was going to give him an opportunity because you asked him. But where does fucking Bam Bam fit in that?
But Bam is 115.
No. Oh yeah, that's right. Bam Bam's 115. But
Wait, you
still,
said Angelino?
Yeah, Angelino Cordova.
I want
Yo,
to
that's
see
a
him fight
dangerous
some of these.
fight for Yankel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need your
Super
opinion.
dangerous.
But whoever wins this fight gets a chance for the champion of WBA, Kenshiro.
Yo, because,
Yeah, but
bro, Yankel only got 3 fights in or 4.
Kenchiro's
isn't
Cordova's
Kenshiro
19
moving
and
up?
yo,
It's 12.
Cordova's 19 and 0 with 12 knockouts. That I mean, obviously that doesn't mean shit, but Yankel it's too soon for Yankel, I think.
But remember that Cordova he lost against that one dude.
No,
Julio
Cordova, that was
Cesar
a draw.
Martinez. That was a draw?
That was a draw.
No, that was a no contest because Cesar Martinez came in. He lost. He failed a drug test
No, that was a Julio Martinez. That was a no contest, but against
because he failed a drug
Guatachi
test.
was a UD loss that he lost. That was his fifth fight, something like that. Fourth. He did that was a draw. His
Yeah, but I
fourth
mean,
fight was a draw.
yeah,
And then against Julio Cesar Martinez, that was the no contest.
but
okay, what?
this is a tough fight for Yanquiel, in my opinion.
And
Okay,
Cordova was down in twice in round 3 against Julio Martinez.
But he was juiced up though. We gotta be honest.
okay. Oh, okay. And then so, Yankel is the number 1 for the WBA to Kashiro's WBA title, and
Yes,
then Cordova and him are fighting right now. Why isn't the
Cordova is number 2.
okay? Is the Ringside Magazine acknowledging this fight that number 1 and number 2 are fighting, and the Ringside belt should be on the line?
Remember, I mean, we got different champions for each organization.
No, because doesn't the Ringside show up when the number 1 guy and the number 2 guy fight, and don't they gotta fight for
I,
that Ringside?
I would think the number 1 guy in that division is Kenshiro because he's unified.
No,
No,
but
he's not.
He has a WBA and WBC.
no, but
Oh yeah,
does
yeah,
he
yeah, yeah,
already?
yeah, yeah.
But does he already have the Ringside? See, that's why I say, look at the situation that's playing out right before you, and that's why I say the Ringside Magazine is not really a belt because competitive wise, there's only certain ways you can compete for it. It's really not given an opportunity to all fighters. That's why the Ringside Magazine's always going to be considered not a real world title, because now you got the number 1 and 2 fighting, and arguably among boxing fans, the argument is the Ringside Magazine is the best belt because it's the number 1 fighting the number 2 guy, and you guys are basically giving who the toughest guy is, right? Okay. Well, we got a situation where that's actually taking place.
WBA orders final eliminator between Yanker Rivera and Angelino Cordova.
Yo,
Okay.
If he pulls this off with 7 fights, man, I'm gonna be really proud.
Well, that would be really good because okay, now wait a minute. Now,
wait, hold on. Mexican boxing wants to know: can we even talk Spanish, or are we fake Puerto Ricans like Shakur? Tremendo huele bicho.
oye, si tú me digas a mí, si tú hablas mexicano, yo nunca te pregunté a ti si tú hablas a México, ¿verdad? No. Y también,
Ask him if he claims David Benavidez as Mexican.
ajá,
You already said the question, but
and I already
Mexican
spoke
boxing.
Spanish on this channel with Berlanga earlier. So
Aquí somos boricua, papi, para que lo sepa.
yeah,
Except for Mr. Miyagi.
I said Mr. Miyagi, but he's down with us anyway, so he's in.
We got his back. We got his
We
back.
got his back. Hey, yo,
Don't worry, I'm open to learning. I'll get
that's
that
it. You know what I'm saying? For español, marca dos. Hey, yo, Mr.
Yeah, this is
Mr. Miyagi, start
Go
off with
ahead.
this one. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? You know what I'm saying? That's it. You win. But yo, wait a minute. I failed to mention this. Isn't Kinshiro a unified champion? He has 2 belts.
Yes.
He has the WBC and the WBA.
yes.
Yeah. So so when you said this is for a title eliminator, okay, so now it's a title for both his belts. You know what I mean? For this fight. All right.
It's really
Hey, what they said
important
in Bad
for us.
Boys? Tango, El
And los
Gato, and los
pantalones.
pantalones.
That's it. You know what I mean?
How you like them apples for Spanish?
Diablo nos tiró duro también.
but
Mira, él nos trató de
frontline,
llamarnos a
Hey.
nosotros boricua chapeado.
Hey,
Está cabrón, ¿verdad?
Naldo está ahí abajo. Está ahí abajo. Está debajo de.
Miyagi knows Japanese.
Está debajo, encima del de Bang Bang. Cuando él puso Don't Talk About Yanquiel.
¿A dónde?
Está debajo, encima de ese. But anyways, what I was gonna say, yeah, I had a boy who got pulled over because he had a flat tire here in Florida. If you have a disabled vehicle, cops pull up behind you. Fresh off the boat from Puerto Rico, he was trying to communicate. He knew a little bit of English. He knew enough to defend himself. Cop pulls up, hey, is everything okay? He was like, yeah, my tire go boom and I don't have a meow.
Damn. It was doing good until the end.
He was doing good. My tire go boom, but I don't have a meow.
Damn. Come with me, sir. Come with me.
Oh shit! Because a jack. Just for context for Mr. Miyagi, a cat. I mean,
A jack.
a jack in English, like a car jack. In Spanish, we call it gato.
That means cat.
So but gato to us means cat.
yeah.
So he told the cop, he was like, "My tire go boom, and I don't have a meow."
He didn't,
like
he didn't get this concept.
What's his name? Who they call El Gato to who did Barbosa beat? I forgot his name. Diablo se me fue en mente.
It's just like saying China. China is a color orange, but China is also a tangerine. You know, you could use the same word for multiple things.
Jack Catterall. They be calling him
El
El Gato.
Gato.
There you
Yeah. What's he say, Mark? Mark,
Damn, bro. I'm kind of nervous for this
for what
fight.
fight?
Mark Sataraji is rings number one, and Akui is number two, after Yakub
Yep.
Yabuki beat
So
Ayala.
the ring
So
belt
ring
be
belt
on the
won't
line unless rematch or
rematch.
oh
Can fight number
yeah,
three.
But
and that's bullshit,
ain't
Mark.
Kenshiro's gonna fight with Gala Yafai, whatever his name is.
You
Yeah,
see,
I heard
wait,
something like
guys.
that.
What? Wait, guys. Let me just Mark. Listen, good point. But do you guys see how the ringside magazine there has to be certain situations either to obtain it or to compete for it, and then at some cases the guy can lose the fight, lose the alphabet belt, and remain the ringside magazine belt. I've seen it happen before. Very confusing. So like that's why when people argue with me about this ringside magazine belt, I never said historically this thing isn't popular. Whether it was prestigious, no, very prestigious award, but I don't think in fairness it can be rightfully obtained by every fighter. And that's why I'll never consider it a world title. All the other world titles, everybody got the right to compete for them. Get into the ranking system, move up, win your fights, get your shot. But it's just you. It's not awarded to like the 10th place guy, shit like that.
Yo, Edwin, let me ask you
Nah,
this: if Barbosa beats Tio, does he get the linear belt
he's
too?
supposed to, but I'm not sure he's going to.
Yeah,
I
that's how
think
it works, isn't it?
I no, I think
Well, the lineal belt is not an actual belt. It's just something. It's a title you're
right. No, I
given.
No,
actually think no. You got to earn that. I'm sorry, you
Well,
got to
yeah,
put multiple title defenses together to be awarded to fight the best tough guy, shit like that. But I think when that guy loses, it goes vacated, and somebody's got to earn the spot to it. As far as
but the lineal.
yeah, as far as the ringside one goes, the version of the ringside, it's Teal's already the ringside magazine. So I think if he gets defeated for the division, I think that gets vacated too. Or whether or not Turkey's what rules he got, because remember, and not too long ago, Oscar owned it, sold it to Turkey. Turkey's running it now. Uh,
No, Mark, I'm not asking about the ring belt. I'm asking about
the
the
lineal,
no,
so-called
the
lineal,
lineal
frontline,
belt,
the
the
lineal
lineal
belt.
belt,
frontline.
Mark.
But
Yeah, because I'm tired of Teal claiming he's a
Yeah,
undisputed
I'm the
but
literal
champion.
ring and fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Marvel
so
Universe
so
comic
Mark's
book
saying that the ring
champion.
belt is the lineal belt.
yeah, that's what I thought. It's just another name for the ring because you're the guy that beat the guy,
Yeah,
and
I got you. Okay.
that's why Tyson Fury's always like, I'm the lineal champ, and that's why
right.
Kambosos had the ring belt after he beat Tio.
Frontline, I got another question for you.
Why me?
Because you follow Puerto Rican boxing. You know what I mean? You two round one,
Okay.
you two, but
Yeah.
who better out of 126? I mean, we can't
John
really
Paul.
claim them
John Paul. That's it. We ain't gotta go no further.
over John Santana.
John Santana's not Puerto Rican. He's Dominican.
But if they both face, who you favoriting?
John Paul
Oh,
Rivera. All day. All day.
Okay.
Now I'm not discrediting John Santana at all. Don't get me wrong. Giancarlo's a problem at 26, but I just think John Paul is more superior. That's like saying between, even though it's two different weight classes, not far off, but Oscar Collazo versus Mini Pac-Man, 105 and 108. I think Oscar Collazo beats Mini Pac-Man, but
Yeah, me
before
too.
that, I think Bimbito beats Mini Pac-Man.
What about you don't think this dude got a chance? ¿Cómo se llama? Um René Santiago.
well, wait.
Well, Rene Santiago just won a belt from the Japanese fighter.
Yes.
Um, I don't know. I got to see more because he already took an L, and it was a devastating L. So I don't know.
You guys been following the WBC tournaments?
Yo,
A little
Mexican
bit.
boxing.
A little bit.
No, I haven't. I
Mate,
Just a
haven't.
little bit.
Yo, Mexican boxing is funny as fuck.
the 126 WBC tournaments, there's some real talent coming through. 2 Mexicans in particular. One's I can't say Mosqueda, I think it's one's name is, and another one's
Mosqueda.
and the other one's
Mr.
Munguia
Miyagi,
Jr. 2 real.
who you think is the best 126 fighter?
Oh,
Out of champions or in the division?
I gotta say the most promising one that I would say, I would go with Angelo Leo in terms of skill.
Angelo
You think
Leo.
Angelo Leo beats Espinoza?
Yeah, I
Bro,
think
I'm
he gets
sorry.
on the
I got
inside.
Rafael
Nah,
Espinosa.
because Espinoza, but the way he got caught with Ramirez, I just look at that and I'm just like, that is such a rookie mistake to make. He got caught so clean as he was switching stances, completely misjudged his range, and Ramirez just quickly stepped in and caught him flush with the hook. If that had been a fighter with a better finishing aggression, unlike Ramirez, just couldn't do anything in the next round. Rafael Espinoza gets stopped in that fight. Now, in all fairness, he came back and won that fight convincingly. But I think when you got a fighter that tall, it shows all the time, because I'm not saying Espinoza's necessarily chinny, but he gets caught so flush in stupid exchanges. For a guy that's that tall in that division, and I can just see Angelo Leo getting on the inside, and he'll tuck up and he'll work Espinoza's body like crazy.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. The way Espinoza performed after he got hit flush by Roesi on the first fight.
Yeah,
And he ate that. He got up and he
yeah.
came back and whooped ass.
I think he's been
And
getting
then on the
better.
second fight, he walked through Rovesi. He walked through him.
I mean, that's just my opinion. When I look at all the fighters, that Angelo Leo really stands out to me with his footwork. His
Shit, the
work
fact that
rate.
Mr. Miyagi didn't pick Nick Ball just because he's from that side, okay, guys? So he's being honest, man. He's being honest with his.
The question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Miyagi.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
I like Nick Ball, and he is a really good fighter. But the thing is Espinoza will piece him up, and I think Angelo Leo would piece him up. And even if he fought Stephen Fulton, see, that's kind of a toss-up, because I still think Stephen Fulton's head is not quite in it. Because the thing is, he fought Figueroa, and he did a brilliant. He just, he schooled that man, but he was familiar with him. He had already beaten him once. So when you've got a fighter that you're not necessarily sure.
Yo, what if we throw Shushu in the mix? What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Nick Ball versus Shushu.
Yeah, and then you could even put in Elijah Pierce there and a couple other dangerous guys.
Elijah Pierce gets knocked out. Any of those champions, they'll wipe him. Shushu is an interesting one. Again, I haven't seen enough from him. He's only fought one top 10 guy, and that was Suleiman Sagawa, and arguably he lost that fight.
Yo, Mr. Miyagi, Mexican boxing said you don't know that you started off good, but then you took a left turn.
Where did I take the left turn then? Ray Vargas schooled Nick Ball. Maybe, but
Espinoza.
No, I'm just reading the comments here. Well, we'll see when they fight, but I'm telling you, and this is the same way I feel if Inoue fought Espinoza. I think he'll just get on the inside and he'll rip the liver.
To be honest, I think at 26, I think the two top dogs right now would be Leo and Espinoza, and I got
Yeah,
that fight. I got that fight at 50-50.
I
Yeah.
got Espinosa, and you know Espinosa is gonna be in that Inoue card at May 4th. He's fighting Edward Vasquez.
Yeah, but I don't know
Really?
Espinoza.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Will Inoue challenge Espinosa at 126? I want to
Well,
see it.
Naoya Inoue will fight Espinoza, um, um, Leo, and Nick Ball in the same day. All right, back to back. All right, that's what he'll do. Okay, will he fight him?
I want to
Will he
see
fight
that,
him?
man.
Naoya Inoue is gonna bust Espinoza's ass. He's too tall for me. He can't hide his torso from Naoya Inoue. He can't. And I don't really think he possesses that kind of power that's going to discourage Naoya Inoue from coming through. Naoya Inoue is going to dart like this, and all he's going to see is a ninja blur. And then Espinoza's going to fucking wake up on the ground like, oof, and his belt's going to be gone. And Naoya's just going to be sitting there with the belt around his waist and then disappear. Poof. Like, yeah, I mean, it's going to be over.
He's gonna say, "I no
Ah,
champion."
champion,
Do you know
it's over with.
the thing is that none of these fights, all of these fights against these champions, these are all going to be grueling fights, no matter who
Yeah,
fights who.
right.
There's no like when I say Angelo Leo is the best in the division in my eyes, is because he has the best well-rounded talent. I feel because his 122 run, you could see with like the knee braces and stuff, he was definitely struggling with something
Yeah.
physically. And now you see that win against Lopez, the way he was moving, even though he was getting caught flush with some of those shots, but I don't take it away from him because Lopez is so unorthodox. Anyone's going to get caught.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And he withstood all them shots and he wore him down and knocked him out. But if he fought Espinoza again, it's a toss. It's like a 50-50 fight. But I think
I don't.
Angelo Leo will rip the body, and before you know it, he'll come up with a left hook and he'll catch Espinoza eventually. But every single one is a grueling fight.
I think, and this is straight up to Mexican boxing #1 because I see your little comments, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, right? I'm gonna tell you right now, right? There's no way, right? If we look at Naoya Inoue's track record with tall dudes, you think about Jamie McDonald.
But he's 6'1".
Slow down, Jamie McDonald is 5'10". Yo boy was 5'10" and a half. There's been a lot of fighters that Naoya Inoue has fought, right?
No, but he said he just clarified. He said that he's talking about 126.
126.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Naoya Inoue versus Espinoza at 126. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm saying Naoya Inoue is gonna stop Espinoza at 126.
Stop.
Not only is he
Ooh.
gonna stop him, he's gonna make it look like light work, right? Naoya Inoue against
I want to see that.
listen, check it out. When he fought against Yo Boy had a ridiculous record, like 43 fights and like 1 loss, some type shit like that, right? When he fought against McDonald, he was the champion for like 4 years, never been knocked out in his career. Naoya Inoue knocked him out in 1 round. Yo Boy
He'd
not
never been
last.
knocked down.
Yeah, he with taller fighters, Naoya disperses taller fighters at a rapid rate.
Yeah, but you gotta look
Yeah,
at
but
this.
nothing.
You gotta look at the skill level of
There
Espinoza.
is no
Espinoza
skill
is
on
not a careless.
Espinoza on Naoya Inoue's level.
Bro,
Bro,
No.
Espinoza is not a careless fighter.
Okay, listen. First of all,
The only reason why Robeisy caught him was because they were in the middle of a clinch. Robeisy pushed off and caught him with the overhand. If it wasn't for that clinch, and we all know that Naoya does not clinch. Naoya stands there and fights you. He doesn't like the hugging. He doesn't like that shit. Which means Espinoza is not gonna fall for Mexican. He's too small for the weight class. for the weight classes, man. Listen to your
Listen,
friends.
listen to me, guys. Listen to
No. But seriously, Espinoza will keep Inoue
You're
away.
crazy.
He'll be he'll fight
You're
him from the
crazy.
out. Dude,
And he fights in the inside
if I
pretty
was a
good.
coach, and I'm going up against a dangerous fighter like Inoue, I'm gonna train my guy during that camp to
O-
keep him at the end of my
Okay.
jab.
Uh,
Don't let him come in
okay.
at
Okay. Check
all.
this out. First of all, right? If we're thinking about a skill test, we got to be honest with ourselves, right? I don't think that Espinoza is any faster than Stephen Kubo Fulton, for one. Second, let me
But I got a
don't
question.
interrupt me. Okay, wait. I don't think Espinoza is faster than Stephen Kubo Fulton. And I don't think that Espinoza possesses that kind of power to stop Naoya anyway. And one more thing about your little assessment on Robesi. Listen, don't compare an amateurish fighter, a Cuban amateur fighter style boxing, to the most elite fighter we have today. Naoya Inoue, this is the problem. You guys are comparing this and breaking down your assessment against Espinoza on good fighters. Good fighters. You're assessing Espinoza's performance on moving in and out on good fighters. That's what you don't. Naoya Inoue is not a good fighter. He's an elite fighter. And he's going to show you. I'm trying to tell you. You guys might be captivated in the moment or think that he can fight on the outside because it sounds good. The problem is, tell me when Naoya Inoue never darted off the front foot and he was in your face faster than. Listen, he will be up on Espinoza so fast that when Espinoza tries to go on the inside game with him, and I hope the fight happens, and I'm going to stand on my square. I don't know how it happens.
But
I don't know what round it happens in, but I guarantee you one thing. If on that day, Naoya Inoue and Espinoza were to meet inside of a ring, Espinoza loses and he gets knocked out.
knocked out. Ooh.
And we want Mexican boxing number
He
one on the
must come
live
on the live on
Yes.
that day because
and
But
jump on the panel. And he got
he's
to
got
jump
to
on the
jump on the
panel.
but
panel.
my question to
He's got to
you,
jump on the panel.
round one,
What's up?
my question to you, what you think, but like, what would Ralph Espinosa do to Luis Neri and Stephen Fulton?
Huh? Espinoza? Okay, now that I got to see. That I
If
got to see.
Brandon Figueroa destroyed Luis Neri, man, I'm sorry, but Espinosa will destroy Stefan Fulton and Luis Neri. This is why it's a good fight.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
if
you
he
can't
destroys
compare the
Stephen
styles.
Fulton. I don't know if
This
he
is
destroys Stephen Fulton. Stephen Fulton is a much better boxer than Robersi. Much better.
man. Sorry. I don't know if Mexican boxing is trolling in the
He
thing.
is.
Keep talking
He is.
about Espinosa and that. I bet he was saying that Figueroa was one of the best in show at 126 when he was walking through all these guys. Bear in mind, Figueroa fought up at 130, didn't he, against Mark Magsayo and stopped
Right.
him. So none of this makes any sense. The thing is, Inoue is almost the same size as Angelo Leo.
Yep.
Not as tall,
Yeah,
not
they're
quite as
5'6".
tall, but he's almost the same size. And if you look at his last fight, bear in mind he's at 122. He's been fighting guys who weighed at who is it? Jamie McDonnell weighed 147 pounds at 118.
At the night of the fight.
Yeah, when 147 pounds in a way weighed, I think 127, 128 in that fight, and he stopped him like nothing. He threw that man aside like it was nothing.
One
Now
round it
the
took.
fight's not going to look. Yeah, one round. A guy that's never been dropped in his career until that point, and he got stopped in one round.
You know why I want to see this fight. I want to see this fight because I want to see Inoue do like a Manny Pacquiao effect, like go up the division, defeat these giants type of deal.
Well,
That's
he's
why I want
already
to
on his
watch it.
fourth division, which is really his fifth. He's already on four. He started at 108. He jumped bypassed the 112, He's at 122 right now, which is technically his fifth weight division.
Yo, Eddie just said, ¿qué fue? Están hablando de los dos robos al tren. A Robesi. That- We're talking about the two robberies that they gave Robesi. They did rob Robesi twice, basically,
That's
is
what
what
he's
he's
saying.
saying.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you right now.
I know the second fight he couldn't see.
No, the second
Yeah.
fight, we saw the elbows, bro. He caught Robersi with some elbows. There was footage. I saw it with my own two eyes. Now, I don't know if Robersi bitched up and I don't know how hurt he was internally, or did he just feel like I can't catch up to this dude. And he hit me with elbows. I'm going to use that to cheat. Now, that spiritually, the only person that really knows that answer is Robersi. But I'm going to be honest with you. Robersi was a little bit no. I'm not gonna say hyped up. He has skills. The kid can fight. But you can see where the amateur style is still lingering in his approach. He doesn't know how to stay mentally in the fight. When he knocked down Espinoza in the first fight, I think he let the fight come out of him. And he allowed him to come back in that fight. And that was his fault. Doing part that he couldn't put it back into fight mode. So that was Robert's fault. So like I think that a lot of these guys are good and they're good. They are good, but you will see the difference. I guarantee it when it
And
comes to Neil Inoue.
what you think about Stefan Fulton moving up to 130 pounds to challenge Ochaki Foster?
And that's a rumor that hasn't happened yet, and I don't think that it should happen because I think O'Shaughnessy Foster is going to stop Stephen Kubo Fulton if he tries to
Really?
do some dumb shit like that. Yeah, listen, listen, Stephen Kubo Fulton is a good boxer. That's all he is. A good mover on his feet, and he'll try to outwork you. But that's all he got. He can't crack, man. I mean, he's like in a room with a category like 4 men on earth that ever been a champion with that low percentage of knockouts. Like he established his career on outpointing you. In a Stephen Kubo Fulton fight, expect to go the distance. You know what I mean? So I think O'Shaughnessy Foster is just too big. I think the back of his hairpiece weighs more than Stevie Kubo Fulton. And he's not. He's just tall. I don't like that. But Stephen Kubo Fulton's surrounded right now anyway. He got problems whether he stays in the division or he tries to run. Either way, he got problems. So, I don't know. You pick your poison. What do you want for the man? What do you want for the man? I mean, Stephen Kubo Fulton's gonna have to fight Bruce Carrington, which is his number one, right? Okay, or he's gonna have to answer to Ray Vargas, which I think that's a winnable fight, a better winnable fight rather than fighting Bruce Carrington. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
For
Ray
Stephen Kubo.
Vargas is the champion in recess.
Yeah. So I mean, if unless they want to get that situated and he could use that as an excuse, Stephen Kubo Fulton, and just fight Ray Vargas, that's a winnable fight. With Bruce Carrington, I think Bruce Carrington got enough punching power to stop Kubo Fulton. So, and then if he goes up to O'Shaughnessy Foster, I think O'Shaughnessy Foster can stop Stephen Kubo Fulton.
So who is the best 130 fighter?
The 30-pound fighter, Lamont
Yeah,
Roach.
LeVar
Lamont,
Roach is the best.
Lamont Roach, well, he's the most popular right now. He's fucking popping. You know what I mean? I mean, look at as far as like title defenses, Emmanuel Navarrete being that dude,
Yeah,
right? For the Mexicans, right?
and we have it. What's his name? He's with Eddie Hearn. Man, I forgot his name.
Sugar Nunez.
You talk about La Roca?
No. I'm talking about. Ya lo se me fue
Eduardo
el
Sugar
nombre.
Nunez.
Sugar
Mm,
Nunez,
Yeah.
yeah,
Raymond Ford. Raymond Ford. He coming
Raymond
up.
Ford. Well, nah, but he already came up and got defeated. He already got his ass whooped. So look,
He's still a good fighter.
Okay, well, okay, but as far as popularity in the 130, the IBF is vacant, and so Shashi Foster is not like I would say crushing the needle in comparison with like Navarrete, right? But Lamont Roach is hot right now, going back to back fights with Tank Davis. He's got to be the best 130 pounder right now, and it went in a situation where we're all even as champions, meaning I got a belt, you got a belt, you got a belt. There's not one guy there that's unified that has more. So if that you're answering me that question, who's the? I would have to go with Lamont Roach. He's fucking fighting Tank Davis again. He's that.
My, I think,
If you're talking about
I, ag-
defenses and
yeah,
experience,
I
no,
agree, but I
it's
think Navarrete has
Navarrete.
not lost at 130 pounds.
Yeah, but he went up and got
Lamar
stopped.
Roach, but Lamar Roach lost at 130 pounds against Jamal Herring.
Well, at least he lost in his own weight division. You know, so, I mean, I don't know, whichever way you want to see that. I think that you know, uh, uh, Navarrete has proven himself at the 130. He has more title defenses. He's fought the top guys there. If we were talking about legacy and we were talking about rightfully so, Emmanuel Navarrete is probably should be the best 130 pounder in the
You think?
division.
Well, Mark just corrected. Raymond Ford lost to Ball at 26. He hasn't lost at 30
Yeah,
yet.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, yeah.
he looks better at 130 actually than 126.
He's only had what? How many fights there? One? What do you have?
2 fights.
He's had
Two
two
fights?
fights.
I can't fucking stamp
Yeah,
you.
he fought Orlando Capo Gonzalez the first fight,
Then I would say I would
and
put
then
Devin Haney now for one of the best 140 pounders because he has two fights, Regis Progress and Ryan Garcia. Get the fuck out of here. You're still not proven at 140.
You think Henry LeBron got a chance against Navarrete?
Anybody
hell
got a
yeah.
chance against him.
But Henry LeBron is at 35 though. He's not at
No, he's at
30.
130.
Moncho,
Yeah, Henry LeBron. He's number 6 in the WBO.
I thought he was at 35. Maybe you're right. I thought he was at
No, yeah,
35.
130. He
Oh.
fought Petufo Diaz at
Yeah, he fought Pitufo.
And he's number 9.
That'll be a
And
good
he's
yeah,
fight. That'll be a
and he's
really good
ranked number
fight.
9 for the IBF.
Moncho's a dog.
yeah. That's why I'm like, bro, do we got a good chance against Navarrete? I think we do with the boxing where Henry LeBron has. And he has good size, you know what I mean?
Yo, at 54, Polanco, he beats a lot of these top dogs at
You
54.
mean 47?
Fucking not Polanco, Polaco, Brian
Oh,
Polaco,
Brian Polo.
the Puerto Rican guy.
Yeah.
At 54, he beats a lot of those guys. 47, to be honest with you, I think Dominicans got that. I think Rohan Polanco is gonna be a
I
problem
think
at
he's gonna be the
47.
one of the best Dominican fighters for real.
I yeah, for
Right.
sure.
I got my money on him. I got my money on him. Um now this with the Sobria Matias fight, since we're gonna have to pick sides. Let me see. Let me hold on. Front line. Who do you got in the Sobria Matias fight? I guess Alberta.
You, you
Oh, so
already
you got
know. Yo voy al gallo mío.
you're going
But
for Puello? Okay, I understand. Anyway,
no,
Carlos.
get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be an interesting fight.
Yeah,
And the reason why I say that is because Puello moves a lot.
yeah.
The question's gonna be what game plan is Matias coming in with?
Hmm.
If we get the old Matias back, I see a stoppage in about mid to later rounds
But
between
front
6
line,
and 9 games.
should Matias start quick or not?
No, Matias never starts quick.
Well, you could gamble on one thing in a Matias fight. He's gonna lose the first round.
Maybe even the first two.
He's gonna lose the first round. I can't remember a
But
fight Matias won the first round, bro.
I got Matias winning, beating Puello by, like I said, between 6 and 9 stoppage.
Okay.
I think the pressure he's gonna apply to Puello is gonna be something he's never
Really?
experienced. And the thing I like about Puello is that he doesn't like to clinch. He'll fight you on the inside. He don't like to
It's
clinch.
funny.
So
It's funny, right? It's funny when the fighter has like remember the time when Nick Diaz said, I turned Conor McGregor into a wrestler? He said, oh, you want to wrestle now? You know what I'm saying? Because the pressure was too much. Like you know, he might not be a clincher or grabber. And Matias starts banging on him, all of a sudden he's gonna turn into a clincher. You know,
yeah,
you're
I can
gonna
see
want to,
that.
you know, oh, now you start clinching, huh? Hanging on for dear life. You know, so but Puello, look, Puello uh gave uh Puello gave uh
Hold on, I gotta address this guy
what
in the chat, Eddie.
what you say?
Eddie, he says that he's talking to Naldo, but he's saying in that fight with Puello versus Matias, a lot of YouTubers they have Puello as the favorite due to his boxing style. So that being said, look at Malik
Yep.
Hawkins and look at Jukembayev. Both boxers slash boxer
Right.
punchers, and well, Malik not too much boxer puncher, but very very slick
Yeah, but
boxer
Malik was good with his feet.
and
He was he was
very good with his feet,
using his feet and lateral
and he
movement
couldn't
to
get
get
away.
away with the jab, which they thought the boxer style and American slick style was gonna be Subriel's kryptonite. Subriel soon beat him down, and Malik was forced to stand in front of him. They're saying that Subriel can beat these guys because they're flat footed standing in front of him. But I beg to differ. I beg to go watch his fights. They all start on their bikes. They all start that moving right around, trying to be like that little peppering bee on Subriel. And don't you notice that at some point in the fight, they decide
You ain't got
they
nowhere to
got
go.
nowhere to go.
Yep.
They keep saying that, oh, the boxer Subriel's kryptonite, that he gets too much for my liking. And I continuously say, don't worry about Subriel's well being. Just worry on beating him.
You know what's funny? Here's a prime example: Richardson Hitchens versus Gustavo Lemos. Prime example. Lemos a pressure fighter. I believe he beat Hitchens that fight, but they gifted Hitchens that
He
fight.
lost.
Now, you think
Richard
so?
Hitchens lost that fight.
Yo, okay, yeah. That's what I said. They gifted him the fight, but Lemos had Hitchens wobbled and Bambi legged. I want to say it was like the ninth round, eighth round, something like that. But my point is, I say that to say this, that Matias is not Lemos. Matias hit harder. Matias throws way more punches. And Matias would be in your face where you ain't got nowhere to go and you're going to be forced to fight. And that goes to apply to Puello too. Puello could be a great outside fighter. But what's going to happen when you throw that jab out and Matias walks
Pero
through your front
Frontline,
door and sits at your kitchen table and eats all
right,
your food? You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like,
Pero Frontline, mira, lo que le faltó a Sendo Martin en esa pelea contra Puello fue que Sendo Martin no tenía la pegada para echar Puello para atrás y golpearlo. Lo que
mhm,
tiene Subriel Matías en las manos son dos martillos, papi. Y cuando lo pone, él lo tiene pegado en la soga,
Yeah.
Subriel Matías le va a hacer ¡pam, pam, pam! Y la cabeza se le va a hacer right. Y ese sonido, bro. Y mira,
And Puello's
pound,
been through these two close ass fights, split
right.
decision after split
But
decision.
he hasn't been in with that pressure power puncher like Subriel that punches from the hips down here. He's gonna keep hitting him, and he's gonna the kind of wear and tear that Sandal Martin was not allowed did not apply. That was like one of the key ingredients that Sandal Martin didn't have in that fight. And I'm gonna tell you right now, he's not gonna be able to. For how long is Puello gonna take Subria's punches?
Yeah. I think Subres va
For
is
how
gonna
long?
I think Subres gonna He's
He's
gonna
not.
machucarlo. You know, that's how I
Bro,
see it.
yo, Subriel's gonna knock him out, bro. Subriel stopped tougher men. Wait, and made him quit. 5 fighters in a row said no mas. Yeah, Liam Paro grabbed. You got lucky that night. Hey, fight
Yeah,
at the fight. You know
clinching.
what?
Hey, and he was ready to get. He was ready to say no mas
He
on
was.
round
Yeah.
seven.
Listen. The sucky thing about boxing, it's not the best out of 3. We don't have a World Series. You have a bad night. You have a bad night, and that is what it is. Just like in football, right? So, okay, but the good thing is you got a time to redeem yourself. If I look at Subriel Matias' track record, the first guy to beat him, he brutalized him. Now he's got a target on Liam Paro. That's no secret. Liam Paro, you're gonna get yours. Just wait right there. You're gonna get it. I got a little business.
But I want a
I
title.
got
I
a
want a
title.
title first. So
Hey,
I can give you the
the
opportunity
first
again.
person to get a title shot at Subriel's WBC world title is going to be Liam Paro. I guarantee it. And he's not even in the. Well, let me see. Is Liam Paro?
Let me check. I'm gonna check right now.
No, I don't think Liam Paro's a WBC and ranked in the WBC.
Number 1 is Dalton Smith. Number 5 is Lidolfo Delgado.
Liam
Liam
Paro number
Paro is
6.
number 6. Yep.
He's number 6 under Subriel. Yeah, okay. The WBC.
No, above
Above
Super.
I mean, no, yeah, he's above Subriel, number 6. Subriel's number 7. Sorry. Okay, so Liam Barrow's getting a crack at that WBC world title. I guarantee it. If he pulls it off, yo, Subriel's gonna stop motherfucking Puello.
Yo, let me ask you this though: if Subriel beats
Not if
Puello
he's
or
gonna
vice
beat him.
versa, no, yeah, I know he's gonna beat him, but I'm saying let's just, I'm just shooting it out there. Who do you think would be the first fight to unify at 140?
I think well,
I
the
think
dude realistically, the only person that's looking probably to unify might be Gary Antoine Russell. I don't think Tio. I think Tio's trying to sell that WBO, and I think Richard Hitchison is also trying to get a couple bucks. But I don't think Richard Hitchison can make that weight claw too much longer. He'll do it this one time with George Camboza, and then he's gonna chase the money at 147 with the rest of the guys.
Or,
Yeah,
or if he doesn't want to worry about the weight clause, he can unify because then that weight clause is out the equation,
yeah.
yeah.
and he doesn't have to move up. Because
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you right
true.
now, 47's got
That's true.
killers.
That's true.
It's between Hitchens and Teofimo for sure.
These guys better not.
And I got this shit right now. I'm calling it here first. If Hitchens moves up to 47, he fights Rohan Polanco. Polanco beats him by
Front line.
stoppage.
What's that last message down there saying in Spanish? Eddie saying, read it.
Eddie said, round 1 es la primera vez que te escucho hablando español. It's the
Oh.
first time he
Oh yeah.
yo, Mexican boxing #1 is funny as fuck, bro.
Hey, trolling.
No, he's trolling, but he's
He's
still
funny
funny.
though. Floyd is a.
It's a hype job and lost to Edward Vasquez.
Huh? It is what it is. Well, gentlemen, we've been on here for hours. I got a family. My wife has been like, yo, hey, cut it out. And remarkably, she's been walking in the room the last few times with a smile. So I don't know. She's laughed. She might have went and hit on a lottery ticket, got $2, and every time she wins $5 on a lottery ticket, she wants to smack her boss and quit her job. And I'm like, that's not enough money, baby. And she's like, oh, okay. You know, she gets crazy. You know, so but listen, fight fans, yo, Mr. Miyagi, Carlos, Frontline, you guys are the shit. Thank you for everybody tuning in. Mexico Boxing, much love. Armando, Eddie, everybody, Bam Bam, everybody that joined in on the chat. Thank you for participating. Tune in next time as I go live. Hey, whereby, you know what I'm saying? Tune in when I next time to hit that notification live and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Please, guys, take your time out. Hit that like button for me. Really means a lot to me. So I'll see you fight fans on the next one after this one here at Round One Sports Talk. You guys have been amazing. Good night, guys. Well, afternoon anyway.
Peace.
Peace. Yep.